Good morning, team. Hope you guys are doing good today. Bro, why is it so cold in my office always? Every time I wake up, it's freezing cold in here. It's not even like the fan's on, man. I don't understand. It's not cold outside. I went outside to let Rosie out. It's not cold at all. What's up, Dentesty, Silverson, Jude, Liv, Muhammad? What's up, guys? Good morning, team. Hope you guys are doing good today. Coinbase all the way up to 60.3. As you can see, Bitcoin here on the right. If we look at the SPY here, SPY's bouncing back a little bit today. We did have a Google dip buy yesterday evening. That is sitting pretty solid right now. We bought this yesterday evening during the Coinbase earnings. We bought 175 shares. We're up about 133 on the day on it, so not too bad. We'll take it for a little overnight hold position. How about those Astros? Honestly, Verlander damn near made me have a heart attack, bro. Verlander. He ended up pulling through in the end, but man, first pitch, home run again. I got deja vu to the Bryce Harper home run in the game before that, but this time it was Schwarber, but man. All right, guys. So again, Google up to 8430s. We are sitting in this right now. Today we do have unemployment, jobless claims data. Non-farm payrolls. Crypto altcoins booming, good profits for the day. Hey, nice, man. Hey, what's up? T, what's up, man? How much is Carvana down in pre-market right now? I can't see it. We could look at it. Right, what's Carvana? CVNA. I mean, it's not down today. It's actually probably green in pre-market, depending on when pre-market starts. Today's the 4th. So yeah, it's technically green right now. It opened up pre-market right here at $13. It's currently at like $13.30, so it's technically green right now. What's up, JK? American Airlines. We do have DraftKings earnings, Fubo earnings. Most of these are pretty late in the evening, though. Cinemark earnings, AMC Networks earnings, different AMC, not the AMC you guys know about. Choking on my coffee today. We're gonna do a poll. Excuse me. Hey, what's up, Larry? All right, guys. So yeah, we're gonna do a poll here. I also want to try the Q&A part here. Bullish or bearish on today's unemployment, jobless claims, or no? What's today? Non-farm payrolls. Bullish or bear? We have that poll going on today. We can also do one on Twitter. All right, guys. So yeah, Carvana. I mean, it's not really down that much. Again, we did bought Google yesterday, to the dismay of many, and we're now up, hundreds on it. So you love to see it. We'll take it. Nice little green trade here. We'll probably start scaling out of it at the opening bell. I mean, just an easy dip buy, man. At a certain point, when you get like a really healthy company that just gets destroyed, it's time to buy the dip, and that's what we did with Google, and it works really well. Just powerful strategy. People hate on it. They say, "Oh, don't try to catch a falling knife." It's like, bro, in the end, I could hold Google for 2-3 years if I really, really wanted to or needed to. If I was down so much where I was like, "Oh no, what have I done?" I would probably just sit in Google for like however long I needed to sit in it until it rebounded, which probably wouldn't even take a year, you know. And so in that regard, I can't really find a bad part of that strategy, to be honest. Unemployment data dropping today at 8:30. So is non-farm payroll numbers. Both of these will be relevant. Hey, well, that's cool, Filthy. Thank you, sir, I guess. Market up 0.77 on NASDAQ again, up before data. Yeah, I mean, y'all have to understand the market pulled back some. I mean, I don't, the market, again, yeah, it happens, bro. SAC, one of the things that could be happening, that happens to me sometimes too. I mean, are you betting the market's going to go down? Whack? Are you betting the market's going to go down? Because if you are, I mean, again, people are doom and gloom, but at a certain point, you have to understand market's not just going to crash like people want it to, man. You know, it's just not going to, you know? And so in that regard, betting that the market's going to crash is just a pretty hard bet to win. SPY moving up, gapping up nicely today. Again, we did bought Google. We're up hundreds in it so far. And yeah, we'll still continue to hold it. Yeah, I mean, that's probably the right move. Whack. SAC, he says I'm like down less than 3% in 2 months. Well, then again, I'm gonna tell you this: use the right strategy. You know, like it sounds like you're using my risk management strategy, and that's great. I think my risk management strategy is powerful. I think if you build up a cushion, you know, if you're building up a cushion and building up a cushion, and then when you finally scale up, you're losing, then what that means is that you're taking too long to build that cushion, you know, and then by the time you're scaling up and losing, number one, it is a variance thing. So like if you understand poker, for instance, right, it's a variance thing, right? So sometimes you're just going to be unlucky in that regard, but over the long run, just like you can see like my top step graph or my actual profit chart. Over the long run, it should work if you're trading profitable strategies enough. If it's too hard for you to build up that cushion, then the strategies you might be using might not work. You know what I mean? Yeah, but layoffs might actually make the market go up. You know. Yeah, but the Dow outperforms the Sensex, the Indian Sensex exchange, or market. The Dow on average outperforms it. But it's all good. It doesn't matter. But it's all preference based. It's all good, man. What time does employment data publish? 8:30 is when it comes out. Jobs going to be hot. 2 jobs opening for each person in the U.S. If that happens, the market's going to fall. And if you think, again, though, predicting what's going to happen is very difficult, and it's not something I certainly suggest or recommend, man. I don't think most people should. Gamble ahead of these. I think we just don't know what's going to get. I take trades like this, right? I buy after big drops. Like yesterday, Google easy did buy. We bought it. We made $140 overnight, basically, or $100 overnight. Towards the opening bell, we'll take at least half of that off. By 8:30, we'll probably be flat in it. But we're certainly going to take enough profit in that thing to protect ourselves long term. All right, we're up to 370, 370s, 374s on the SPY. So we're rebounding some from the big drops in tech yesterday. The other thing to consider is that tech is down really, really heavily over the last week, of course. If you look at Google, it's down big. Meta's down big. Yeah, right now it's 7:30. I'm sorry, right now it's 6:30. So yes, in 2 hours and 4 minutes exactly. Hey, what's up, Beach? Yeah, so we're in Google right now. We made enough on it. We'll see what we get on the rest. Do you think that if unemployment is bad, we have a free fall Friday over 7% down? Define bad, Costas. Define bad, bro. What do you mean, good? You mean up? If unemployment is higher than expected, then the market's going to fly up. The market's going to respond on the upside in a bullish way, and vice versa. And so define bad. It's really important. The clarification is important in today's market because we don't know what's going to happen. What's up, Tron? Again, we do have DraftKings earnings today. We have Fubo, Cinemark, Dominion Energy, and that's basically it. Yeah, bad is good, good is bad right now. Y'all do me a favor, hit the like button. Looking at our poll right now, we're pretty split down the middle here. 51% are bearish, 49% are bullish. We're also going to do a Twitter poll as we always do. All right, so today, unemployment and non-farm payroll data drops. Will the market react positively or negatively? Also, like I said, guys, hit that like button here, team. We are seeing Google bounce back a little bit. SPY is green today. SPY actually had a green yesterday. I think the more interesting thing to watch today is like tech here. Here's Meta on the left. Meta bouncing back some too, so hey. All right, guys, data drops in about 2 hours here. If you want to vote on this poll, here is the link for it. I'm gonna wait for this tweet to finish here. So we got a Twitter poll going on. Bank of America flow show US dollar of 62.1 billion to cash, USD 6.3 billion to equities, USD 1 billion from gold, 3.9 billion from bonds. Bull and bear indicator remains at 0 for 7th week in a row, longest period of max bearishness since June 8th and April 9th, the Lehman Brothers event. So that's kind of something that's going on now. Again, if you want to vote on this Twitter poll that we got going on here, here is the link. Hey, what's up, Ricky? I mean, bearish result equals unemployment to be lower. Yeah, that's exactly right. Than expected. So they have more jobs and inflation can't go down. And with that, Powell said, I think we can have a free fall. Yeah, that's true. Costas. You know, again, higher unemployment will equal positive market results, probably. I want to get out of my Google position and re-enter with a better average. My average is 91. Don't. That's silly, man. You could just, if you yeah, that's silly. Getting out and then exiting again right now. If you want to, you can add to it. But I don't know. I mean, do what you do. I'm not going to tell you what to do really for Google. I guess it kind of makes sense. But in that situation, what I would do is I would add to it. I'm not telling you you should. I have no idea what Google might do. Google might just crash. No idea. No idea what I'm talking about. But in that regard, that's kind of one of the moments where you kind of average into stuff, you know. CPI next week, yeah, next Thursday. Won't be higher unemployment with so many job openings. How much more data is there left? Listen, we got data that drops a ton constantly. Also, guys, thank you guys so much for the growth in my channel, man. Honestly, this is a really cool stat. Look at this. Look how cool this is, man. My channel is getting about 43,000 views every 48 hours, right? So we're averaging about 21, we're averaging about 21.3 thousand views a day here, which I'm really, really excited about. Look at that. About 43,000 views. 20K plus views a day here. So shout out to you guys. Thank you so much. Yeah, next week is crazy. We have CPI dropping, which is going to be crazy. How many bans did you have yesterday? Who? Bans? I don't know if I banned anybody yesterday. I might have. I don't know. We usually got one person just kind of being a jerk, you know? Again, most of the people that get weird are like people who are naturally just kind of like get in fights with people and argue with people, right? Like certain people that just can't handle it if other people have like an opposing financial view of the markets, and they just can't stand it. And then when they're wrong, they just kind of pretend they're not, and they just kind of yell at everybody else. When they're wrong, they just kind of stay silent. When they're right, they make everybody feel bad about being right or being wrong. It's just kind of toxic. Most of the time, the people I ban are like that. Aside from that, I think I give people a pretty long leash. I don't, So, Oreo maker Mondelez, GM, Audi, General Mills, and Pfizer are all pausing Twitter ads. Let me know if you think that's the right move or not. So, Kanye got his Twitter back. The Bank of England is trying to strike a balance between bringing inflation back to target and preventing unnecessarily deep recession. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how it always goes. Hey, what's up, Ed? Thank you. That's kind of how it always goes. That's what they're trying to do. They never do it right. They never do it right. It's awesome. You deserve more. Hey, thank you, Wes. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, guys. So again, market's kind of bouncing back a little bit. Even tech is rebounding some today. All right, guys. So again, SPY moving up to 374s. 374s. Let's see if it holds here. I mean, we got this previous high of the day up there at 374.25s. My son's up. Jack, what are you doing up this early, bro? It's 5:40 in the morning, man. What are you doing, dude? Huh? You're sick, bro? Dude, hold on, man. No, dude. No, bro. You can't play games today, dude. What are you talking about, bro? You talk to your mom?
He told me to ask you.
No, dude. Oh, he is sick, guys. Okay, so Jack actually has a fever. No. Jack's got a fever. He's got 99.9 fever, unfortunately. So I guess I'll let him play games if he's sick. Oh, man. That means he's probably got the flu. My daughter had the flu like a week and a half ago. Now my son's spiking a fever. That's not good. Bro, Verlander made me incredibly nervous, Pawn. Incredibly nervous, bro. I had flashbacks to the first Phillies game. You know, I had flashbacks to the first Phillies game where, bro, they need to get Verlander the freak out of there, bro. Like, I mean, I'll forgive him because last night he did kind of well, but like, they need to get Verlander out of there, bro. He should not be playing in the World Series. I have my faith. I think we're obviously gonna win the World Series now. We're obviously gonna win now. We got Fromber up next, and Fromber's incredibly clutch. You know. All right, guys. SPY up to 374s here. Meta at 89.80s. All right, guys. And again, SPY moving up today. We do have a lot of data coming out today. A lot of stuff happening today. What's up, John? Thank you for the data you put out every day. Hey, happy to help, man. Again, my job, like, people can hate on the channel. In the end, like, I just put out free content for traders. Like, that's what we try to do. Like, yeah, we have commercials. Like, yeah, we have sponsors. But we're just putting out free content for people. Like, that's all we're doing. We're dropping all this data. We're explaining it to new traders. We're explaining it to traders. We're covering it. Literally, if you guys see how fast we drop this data, we drop this data incredibly quickly. Like, usually within 5 seconds, we get it, we report it. And so this is the place where a lot of people show up to watch it because, again, we're just pretty fast with it. Again, let me know what you guys think today. It's one of those weird nuanced markets where we have higher unemployment, the market's going to go up. We get lower unemployment, which is conventionally seen as good, and the market's probably going to drop. With non-farm payrolls, higher is worse, lower is better in terms of market activity. And I'm not saying I agree with that whatsoever. I'm just saying kind of how it is. That's how it is right now. Again, more people working is bad. The nuance that you have to look at the market with in that way is that you need to look at it. Does this cause people to have more money or less money? If it causes people to have more money, it's probably going to evoke a negative reaction in stocks and in cryptocurrency and any other investment class. And so in that regard, that's what we're watching for. We're going to see how the market responds. We did buy Google yesterday. If you guys remember, we bought Google yesterday, and we're up over $100 already on it. We're going to take profit. When 7 o'clock hits, we're going to take profit into it. And, sit on it for at least another hour or two to see if it rebounds here. But not a bad little swing trade here. Not a bad little swing trade. We will take it. Yeah, man. Kids are getting older so much faster, man. Like, time speeds up as you get older, for sure. Yeah, he's definitely going to be running around bugging me all day now. That's okay. Yeah, that's exactly, but he's actually got a fever. At first, I was like, what? Because he's pulled this before where he's like, ugh, I'm sick, Dad. Can I play games? And I'm always like, no, bro. If you stay home from school, you can't play games. If he's got a fever, though, it's probably true, Hey, thank you, Sweden. Hope S&P and NASDAQ drops like rocks. I don't think so. It might. I don't know. I hope not, but it could. We'll see. All right, guys. SPY popping up again. We are in Google right now. We're green in Google. It is only... We still got 15 minutes before 7. Hey, from Dubai. What's up, Sanket? Hey, thank you. Welcome, man. Honestly, I heard something about Dubai. Is it true that Dubai has no taxes for business owners? No taxes. If that's true, that's great. Joe, what is that in your profile picture, bro? Is that a smallmouth bass? What is that? My Twitter. So General Matisse just told a group of 2,700 CEOs that, quote, we are living in a period of stability compared to what is coming, end quote. All right, guys. So again, SPY testing highs right now here. So the SPY is moving up. Again, my Google trade turned out beautifully here. And we're just going to kind of let ourselves continue to make money with it. Again, the data drops at 8:30 Eastern Standard Time. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Like if it's on services, okay. True, but they introduced VAT a few years ago. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. I mean, I would. It's not even like a consideration for me because the problem is because I would have to move there, and the price of living would be probably much higher regardless, right? So it's like the money I'm gaining not paying taxes would in turn go away from how expensive it is to live over there. You know, there's supercars everywhere. I'd be a minnow over there financially. You know. Yeah, data drops to 2 hours. Hey, good luck, Anthony. Mullen, hey, good luck, man. Yeah, it's better to be cold right now than hot, man. I'm in Texas right now. I went outside this morning. It is warm. It's like 90 degrees Fahrenheit outside. All right, guys. The SPY's at 374.15s. Again, Google still moving up really nicely. We're making money on that. U.S. apartment rents fell for the second straight month in October. All right, guys. So again, SPY just broke highs of the day up to 374.20s right now. Broke highs of the day, 374.20s. $374.40s. Still ripping up big. All right, guys. You got your blue check? Did you really? Bro, if you got one, then I definitely want one, bro. Wait, let me see. No, you don't have your blue check, bro. Come on. You got me excited, bro. I was going to say, oh, I could buy a blue check. Let me buy that thing, dude. Nothing, you know. Also, remember, guys, we do have on Twitter, we do have a PlayStation and Xbox giveaway. You know, we're going to be giving away a PlayStation 5 or Xbox X or the equivalent amount of money. Or gift card really is what it would be. I don't think we can give away money, but the equivalent amount of gift card or, you know, whatever, to somebody who follows, retweets, and comments with their favorite stock market meme on our Twitter page. If you haven't seen the post, you got to go do it on the post. I see some people commenting with their meme, but they're not actually retweeting. They're not actually following. So listen, you're not in the running if you don't do it. If you want to check it out, here is the link to my Twitter page. Give me a follow. Great way to help support the channel. Expectational numbers are as follows for the job report here, guys. Okay, so right now we are expecting. Make sure this is right. Okay, yeah, that's right. Right now we are expecting non-farm payroll numbers to come out at 200K. 200K expectations for October. Last time was 263K. Higher than that, the market will probably drop. Private non-farm payrolls expectations are the same thing, 200K. Unemployment rate for October expected to come in at 3.6%. 3.6%. Again, higher than that, market will probably go up. Lower than that, the market will probably go down. Last time it was 3.5%, so we're expecting 0.1% higher than last time in terms of unemployment. And you know, we'll see how the market responds here, guys. Mitz says, I wanted to say thank you. Last two FOMC, I've made money due to your quick reviews on results and data. Appreciate your content, man. Hey, thank you. I appreciate you, man. Thank you very much. Get as many. Yeah. Will there be a fake out? I don't know. Good traders. What's up, Kryptonite? What's the forecast, last month numbers, and your personal prediction? I really have no idea what we're going to get. I hope the market reacts positively, of course. Yeah. What's up, Patrick? Hey, good morning, man. Greetings from Canada. What's up, X? It's 40 degrees in El Paso, man. I ain't go to El Paso, bro. I like the cold weather. 80+%. Whew, that's tough. Man. My forecast is 270 and 3.4%. If that's the case, that's going to be mixed results. It's going to be higher. Or no, that's going to be worse numbers. If that happens, the market's going to fall fast. What's up, sports cards? Again, we are in Google right now. Again, we bought this dip yesterday. Again, I want people to understand this strategy, man. Again, you got to ignore the doubters whenever you do this. I bought this yesterday, guys. I bought this yesterday. Overnight, I'm making $140, $200 today alone, right? So very easy strategy, man. I tell people all the time that, like, sometimes people romanticize day trading, and I get it, but swing trading can be inherently more powerful, easier to do, and it requires less technical skill. It just does. Swing trading can be easier to do, require less buying power, and less technical skill overall. You can simply analyze extension, as I do here, and say, hey, man, Google just dropped to $83 a share. Google owns Android. They own YouTube. They own all these different things. Okay? It's very logical to assume that Google is going to bounce back from where we are now. You know, and how long, I'm not sure. Very logical trade idea. And so you can see that and say, hey, where's Google at over the last year? Google's down excessively. And so in that regard, it might be time for a dip buy. And again, if you can time it right and get in on a really smart time where we're dropping big, and we're down so much that extension, just basic extension, means we're probably going to bounce back soon. You can make quick money doing this, and it's just really, really easy to do sometimes. Again, we have made money. If you guys want me to, I'm not trying to sound like a broken record here, but like if you look at, and people who truly watch this stream, they know what I'm saying is true, because they heard me call these stocks out. They heard me announce myself entering these positions. The last 6 or 7 swing trades, these are the results here, okay? We bought Disney at 91.60s, made a ton of money on Disney. We bought Snapchat at high 7s, low 8s, made a ton of money. It went up 25% in like 3 days using the same strategy that we used on Google. We bought Amazon at like 90, low 90s, made money on the bounce back when it bounced back to like 97, 98s, made money on that. We bought, what else did we buy? We bought Disney, Snapchat, Amazon. We bought Google. Prior to this, we had gotten into another Google dip buy where we bought it at like 91s, quickly bounced back, made money on that one as well. What else did we make money on? We bought Ford. We're still sitting in Ford, I think. Yeah, we're still sitting in Ford, and we're green in Ford as well. So we bought Ford. That's 5. We bought Google again. That's 6. So we do this over and over again. We're 6 out of 7 right now in terms of these trades. So we've made money in the last month on 6 out of 7 of these type of swing trades. And again, every single time, these companies might reverse and head back down, like Google did. Google reversed and head back down. But if you're smart about where you get in and you take profit like you should, and you don't get emotional about it, then it's just a really easy trade to take advantage of. It really is. Yeah, data comes out at 8:30. I mean, Beach Bum, I mean, we can argue about it. I think it's very subjective. I think that swing trading objectively requires less technical skill. I think swing trading is a mix of fundamental and technicals, as opposed to day trading, which is mostly just a mix of technicals. And so with swing trading, you can use fundamentals in companies, like how strong companies are, to find an edge. And yeah, that requires less technical skill and more of a fundamental skill base, and also extension. But again, it's not really something to argue about, I don't think. And I mean, yeah, I think you're taking what I said out of context as well. I think that I said it can be easy. which it can. Of course it can. I'm not saying it's always easy. Of course it can be very difficult. Trading as a whole is incredibly difficult. But yeah. I got crushed in Apple, hoping for a nice bounce back today. I think with these type of things, you just have to have patience. Apple is the one that's been outperforming the market in general right now, right? So Apple, a lot of these other tech stocks got absolutely destroyed. Apple's mostly sideways over the last year or so, Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 8:30 for job numbers. Agreeing this is a good buy for long term. Picked up a couple Google yesterday. What time is the job release? Yeah, 8:30. Forecast 270. Again, if we do 270 and 3.4% unemployment, market's going to fall down. Big. Market's going to drop drastically. Hey, we got over 300 people here. We got close to 300 people here before 7 a.m. So thank you guys so much. Truly means a lot. We really, really appreciate it. Now we got over 300 here before 7. So thank you guys so much. So the Bank of England's Hauser says that they hope to talk more about the sale of temporary gilt purchases in the next few weeks. When asked if they will sell gilts from such purchases this year, they say wait and see, end quote. Iran is actually reportedly seeking Russia's help in acquiring nuclear materials, as well as asking for help with their fuel fabrication, according to CNN. What's up, Lori? All right, guys. So it is 7. We're going to go ahead and take, at least 100 shares of this off. We will try to cut this here. We'll just get out on the bid. No way. We got to cover this here. Yeah, TOS traders waking up taking profits. So we just cut that. So that's not going to be it's not going to be a losing trade at all now. And that's the nice part about it. So we can cut over half of the position and take advantage of it. I mean, most of the time they're just different types of shares. There's Class A. So it's just different types of shares. Market dump. I still don't like Apple as a minuscule dividend, and with everything going on, and I know, but Apple's the largest tech company in the world, bro. And so I think that's how you have to look at it in that regard. Hey, thank you, Mitesh. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. But yeah, again, Apple's the largest tech company in the world. I think I understand the skepticism regarding it, though. I really do. So I really understand the skepticism regarding it. We do have our new emoji here, guys. Check out our new emoji right here. Look at this. I was gonna do Gene. What's Willy Wonka's name? What's his name? Name is Gene Wilder. Yeah, I was gonna do Gene Wilder, but for copyright reasons, I don't know. I might just not do that one. I would kind of. It might be fun to do one though. I know Rosie right here is never gonna copyright me. I love Apple, but they aren't innovating. Yeah, I was underwhelmed with their latest report. Like I said, DraftKings just reported their numbers here. So DraftKings just reported their numbers. They dropped third quarter revenue of 502. They expected 438. Adjusted EBITDA loss of 264.2 million. Expected a loss of 323. And so better results than expected here for DraftKings. Here's DraftKings right here, and they ripped up initially, and now they're turning very, very quickly here. So DraftKings did drop their numbers. Put these numbers up on screen for DraftKings. Let's see if we can find the EPS here. I don't understand. Some of these have just not been posting EPS. DraftKings quarter 3 monthly unique payers increased to 1.6 million average. DraftKings investors taking profit to split the second they can. Yeah, I don't think it's that. I think I don't know. I mean, DraftKings actually raised guidance. They raised their fiscal year view to revenue to 2.1 from 2.16 to 2.19 from 2.08 to 2.18. So they did raise it. They did raise their guidance. 214 expected, 2.14 billion expected. They ended up raising it to 2.16 to 2.19 billion. So they raised their guidance, which is generally, of course, seen as positive most of the time. Third quarter revenue came in at 502 mil. I always reinvest dividends. Might not be the same stock though. I looked average down. Yeah, I feel you. That kind of works. That could be a really powerful way to trade. I've always found, like, and again, I'm not saying swing trading is easy. Like, I'm really not. Like, any type of trading can be incredibly difficult. I think it varies from person to person. But the way I've been swing trading has been very easy, in terms of just accuracy rate. It's been very simple. Most of the time, if you look at it from the right mindset, it's been very easy for me to make money swing trading. And it's one of those things where I've been kind of slowly increasing size every day. My accuracy rate in these trades is very, very high, and so it's one of those things where I think I'm probably a little bit better at swing trading than I am day trading, to be honest. I mean, I think I'm good at day trading. I mean, if you look at my profit graph in day trading, like it's high too. Like it's nice. I like my profit graph for sure in day trading, of course. But in terms of swing trading, I think over the years, my intuition's pretty solid for my swing trades. Whenever I say, hey, this is too beat up, it's going to bounce back. It usually does. And I can usually capitalize on that short term. Now, of course, it's not going to work every time. The last one I lost on, if I remember correctly, was Meta. I lost like $100. But, I made money on Ford, made money on Google twice, made money on Disney, made money on Snapchat, made money on, there's one more that I made money on Amazon, Yeah, Peloton. I mean, Peloton has just gotten so beat up. I mean, it's not. I was talking to somebody yesterday about shorting, and I've just never been a person that likes to hold shorts long term. I think everybody's different. It's also, like, trading is so subjective, where people are going to have different experience, different preferences, different skill levels, different results, and so it's a very subjective thing. For me personally, my preference is not to trade Peloton. In any way. Like I've been, if you guys have heard me, I've been like a broken record. I've been highly critical of Peloton because I don't think Peloton is useful at all. I think that creating a virtual reality rowing machine is fixing a problem that wasn't there. And so, I just never been a big believer in Peloton. And sure enough, over the last year, Peloton has gotten absolutely destroyed. Same thing with Roku as well. And I talked about the Netscape, what I consider the Netscape parallel with Roku, where, Netscape, wildly successful company, had a lot of hype for a small period of time, didn't want to partner with Microsoft. And so Microsoft started including Internet Explorer in their browsers for free, or in their computers for free. And basically overnight, in stock trading terms, essentially overnight, Netscape was no more. Got bought out for AOL, but from AOL for only a few million a year or two later. Yeah, buddy. What you doing, man? Oh, wait. Dude, let me get this. Here, let me get this, buddy. Here, I'll give you a bunch. Nope. Jack, what did I say, man? Here, get Rosie out of here, bud. There's a lot. All right. Love you, buddy. All right, love you, buddy. How you feeling, man? Yeah. Okay. All right, buddy. I love you, man. Bye. All right. Just when you think you know everything, the market will correct you. Yeah, I certainly don't think I know everything, of course. All I'm saying is I'm looking at my results saying, man, maybe I should scale up my swing trades a little bit. And I mean, another really confidence building thing is that I'm making it in a bear market too. So I'm making money longing stocks in a bear market, which I think is even more of makes it a little bit more valid too, because I think that's, if I was making money in a bull market on the long side, I mean, anybody can make money in a bull market on the long side, but I'm actually longing stocks in a bear market and still been making solid amounts of money. Basically top 3 swing traders in the world right now. Of course, I'm joking. SPY just ripped up big here. I'm trying to see why. All right, so SIBO plans to launch trading in the mini S&P 500 options. Wow, so they're going to do mini S&P 500 options. So they're going to do E-mini options. Wow. But yeah, big pop up here. Big pop. You love to see it. I'm trying to see what's going on right now. I don't see any news dropping that could justify this big swing. Could be earnings reported, I guess. Let me check what earnings dropped just now. Fubo drops at 9. Cinemark, Dominion Energy drops at 7:30. Yeah, nothing really big came out. I don't know why the market moved like that. Anybody know? Apple just pumped up too. Yeah, definitely top 3 in the world for knowing. I'm definitely a top 3 knower in the world right now. SPY moving up. It's at 374.40s. All right, guys. So we're starting to get a nice little Google bounce back too here. So that's nice to see. Again, DraftKings getting destroyed after posting good earnings. We also have Fubo earnings today, guys. So we do have Fubo earnings today. Tesla starting to rebound at 220s now. All right, guys. So yeah, so Google at 84.50s right now. So starting to bounce back a little bit. Tesla at 220s here. SPY moving up. I'm trying to figure out why. I can't see why the market's moving up like this. If you guys know what caused this big response in markets, let me know. Yeah, so again, market ripped up and then just didn't hold. Tesla up to almost 220s here. Again, Google is bouncing back. So all right, guys. So again, we're starting to pull back a little bit. Tesla sitting right there. Yeah. All right, guys. All right, guys. So again, SPY up to 374.20s here. Tesla up to 220s. We got almost 400 people here already at 7:15 in the morning. Thank you guys so much for joining us today. I think higher because of check bank. Okay, maybe that's it. Okay, that could be what's going on. Bloomberg is expecting a good jobs report. We got somebody else saying that Czech Central Bank says that they're strongly convinced rates are high enough. A lot of different theories on why the market ripped up. Tesla started to move up as well. Again, Google is also. Remember, November 10th CPI data comes out. That's going to be highly relevant, highly influential over movement here. All right, guys. So again, we're seeing if Google can move up. Had a losing day in day trading here, and in hindsight, after yesterday's price action, I think it was probably the right move. I mean, we were mostly sideways. We did hold the VWAP really, really well, and so we did hold the VWAP. We did really, really well yesterday until the very end of the day. Coinbase also dropped earnings, and if you look at Coin here, Coin actually reacted pretty positively to their earnings, which is a surprise. Let me see what Coinbase did. I think they missed, right? And shout out to everybody joining our Discord, man. If you haven't joined our Discord, check it out. More users. Yeah, PayPal dropped numbers too. PayPal initially reacted negatively. It never really rebounded here. And again, I've kind of been a big bear with PayPal. I just don't trust PayPal long term. Again, I think it's replaceable with cryptocurrency. Maybe not now because the fees are too high in crypto, but I think over time, crypto is going to replace PayPal. And I think it already has to a certain extent. I think, like, I'll put it this way, right? When I pay contractors that I work with, I get a lot of contractors that I work with. Most of the time I pay with PayPal, right? So like I honestly use PayPal a heavy amount. It's very useful. I pay with PayPal most of the time. But lately, for some of them, I've just been sending them Tether. I've just been sending them USDT. USDT only costs like $4 to send. So to a certain degree, it's cheaper than, PayPal. And, I think over time, it's going to become more and more efficient. Tesla moving up. Again, we are in Google right now. So we are in Google. We already took some profit here. I think I'm gonna go ahead and take another 25 shares off and just kind of lock in a little bit more. There we go. And we'll just kind of keep sitting on that. Wait, did AMC report? It's not. I don't think it's the AMC you're thinking about, Larry. It's not the main AMC. That what I think is actually, I think it's actually. AMC Networks. Yeah, it's not the real AMC. I mean, it's depending on how you look at it. It's AMC TV channel, AMC. DraftKings just reacted really, really negatively here. Credit Suisse will reportedly extend global job cuts to wealth management next week, and it signaled last week that 2,700 cuts started in the fourth quarter, and it's already begun cutting investment bank jobs, according to Bloomberg, for Credit Suisse. Also, guys, y'all join our Discord and check out Beach Bum in the swing trading section. Beach Bum posts a lot of really good swing trading content in the swing trading section of our Discord. And so if you haven't checked that out, I'll post this link. Here is our Discord. Go check it out and go subscribe to Beach Bum's channel as well. I'll put his link up here if you want to check him out too. Good swing trading content. There's Beach Bum's link right there. Check it out. Have a good day, Beach. Crypto will not even be more than it is right now, and later on all current crypto will be replaced with the universal currency. Maybe, I don't know. I've heard that theory before, and maybe. Market pumping right now. It's a trap. Yeah, no worries, Beach. I don't know right now. I mean, again, people act like, okay, I'm trying to think of the easiest way to put this, right? Like every FOMC meeting that rolls around, we always get a significant amount of people that are like, oh, doom and gloom, market's going to crash, right? Even during this last Fed meeting, if we look at a 15-day chart, we dropped some, but it's not like we crashed here. And so it's like people here were all like, see, we crash every FOMC meeting. I told you so. Market's going to crash. Cut all your positions now, they say. When you zoom out, though, we're not really down that much. We're actually pretty flat from this. I mean, we dropped some, of course, but it wasn't this big parabolic drop that people were expecting, that bears specifically were expecting. And so in that regard, really what happened, a lot of this is tech. Tech dropped massively. Google dropped. Of course, people know about Meta having a pretty rough few weeks here. Meta dropped all the way down. It's at 90s now. Amazon dipped pretty heavily. It's at 90.4 now. And I think conventionally these are at big discounts. But there's a lot of unknowns out here right now. There's a lot of question marks regarding all this stuff because, again, we just don't know, how bad things are going to get. We just don't know. And so we can only speculate, and a lot of people are speculating that we're going to keep dropping. Again, me personally, I'm not really one of those people. I tend to think that the market's going to be fine and that we're already down really substantially over the last year. I don't think that we're having any type of mortgage market manipulation like we did in 2008 that caused the crash. And I think that what we're experiencing right now is mostly from the overseas conflict that's going on. That mixed with a little bit of like rebounding from 2020 is causing us to be where we're at now with markets. But in that regard, we've already dropped in 2020. We're kind of rebounding back from that. And the market over the last year is already pretty extended on the downside. And so in that regard, I don't know if we're due for a massive crash. I mean, a lot of people are saying we are. Maybe they could be right. I might be wildly wrong, But again, I don't really hold anything like that to where I'm not going to be okay long term. Even if we do crash, most of the time, every major crash in history, the market has bounced back within 3, 4, 5 years. So even if we do crash like that, it's not the end of the world, and I'll probably just start buying stuff up. Yeah, inflation's incredibly high, of course, but again, that is a consequence of the overseas conflict, as well as us coming back from 2020. Like that's what's going on, and again, that's to be expected. Again, back just a few years ago, we didn't have enough people working. Nobody was working a few years ago. Now there's too many people working, and so I think to a certain degree it's a good problem to have. Market might react negatively to it, of course. Inflation might be higher, but higher inflation does mean that people are making money. When inflation's really bad, it generally means that people are making money, and that there's too much money out there, which is it's a problem, but it's not the worst problem to have, I guess. The report's not out yet, so the report drops in about an hour, really about an hour and 6 minutes is when the report comes out. Well, what's the percentage? It depends on a crash. I think is defined as just like a really big volatile drop. I'm sure. If we look up the definition from it, it's a rapid or often unanticipated drop in stock prices, right? I mean, to a certain degree, we've got that already. What I would consider when I would consider we're getting into crash levels would be if the S&P 500 gets halted on the downside. I think if the S&P 500 gets halted on the downside, what are the levels for halted? The S&P 500 halt percentage is 7, 13, and 20. I consider those crashes. Yeah, but the only way to really combat that is to discourage spending, and so it's going to cause pain. I mean, that's an expectation of this, is that it's going to cause pain. The only real reason to get prices to drop is to make people spend less. To make people spend less, you got to raise interest rates. When you raise interest rates, it's going to cause short-term pain, and that's a reasonable expectation to it. And so it is what it is. It's something that we're going to have to experience, and we already are. And again, the Fed's mad, or people are mad at the Fed, but what else are they going to do? They can't let inflation continue to go. Right, for sure. We're not right, but that's over the last year. When I say crash, I'm talking about very quick action. Like if we dropped that much in the next week, that would be considered a crash. Over a year is just a bear market. I mean, I got multiple screens. I got 4 screens here. Do you think all this drops is from fear or fundamental? I think it's a little bit of both. Inflation's high. I think the main reason the market is dropping is because the Fed's having a hard time getting a hold of inflation. It's not going down like they wanted to with their aggressive rate hikes. And so in that regard, ideally, whenever the Fed is raising rates aggressively like they are, you want to see interest rates starting to get consecutively lower and lower. You want to see inflation, get consecutively lower and lower. You want to see, GDP go down. You want to see inflation go lower. And so with that, when we're not really seeing that, inflation, the last 2 readings has been higher than expected. That causes fear. Now, at the same time, though, prices have gone down. If you look at gas prices in your area, for instance, they have dropped. So gas prices have gone down, especially relative to like 4 months ago in summer. You know what I mean? And so prices have gone down to a certain extent. And, the next CPI report, the Fed, I think, uses mostly PPI and PCE deflator as their inflation gauge. But the CPI is probably the most relevant inflationary metric to general consumers because it's consumer price index, right? It's how much consumer prices have gone up or down. Again, next Thursday, we've got CPI. It's the biggest stream we do here. It's the largest stream we do. Last time we had almost 5,000 people. We might have had more than 5K people here live. Like at the same time, we had over 5,000 people simultaneously here. So it's the biggest stream we do here at Beginner Trading. It's one of the most important metrics that we're going to get every month. And again, it's next Thursday, November 10th. And so y'all be ready. Should be fun. Yeah, I use a bunch of different ways to trade. I really do. I use a lot of different ways. So yeah, we use Top Step. Again, Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so again, we are trying to get funded on Top Step. I mean, this TOS account you see right here, this is a 30,000, 120K buying power account. And so we trade, a decent sized account on Thinkorswim, every day. Again, we're in Google right now. We made a little bit of it on Google overnight. We're just kind of sitting on the rest. We already took profit in it. But yeah, when we day trade on Top Step, which is a funded account program for futures. Here's my profit graph of my time on Top Step. I do need to scale up a little bit, but we're doing pretty well. We're up a little bit under 4,000 in the last month and a week or two. So not bad for a month and a half of trading. And again, we're going to scale up our size a little bit more, at least try to. But Top Step's a funded account program. And so they give you a demo. If you can hit their profit target on that demo, basically if you can hit their target, the base one I think is 50K. The base one's 50K. It's 130 something a month. So it's pretty cheap if you use my link and get 20% off. But they give you a 50K demo, for instance. And if you can hit, I think it's $3,000 on that 50K demo without losing over $2,000 total or $1,000 a day with 5 contracts max, then they fund you. Yeah, here it is right here. Right. So base one's $165. If you use my link, it's 130 something. Your goal is to hit 3K in profit without losing over 2K in total drawdown. Daily max loss is 1,000 with 5 contracts, and 5 contracts is plenty. I'm in this one right here, so I'm in the 150K one. So I got to hit 9K in profit without losing over $3,000 on any specific day, 4,500 max. Right. And again, most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands every year. They are a sponsor of mine, and so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you look at them, again, they're the just most legitimate funded account program in the world. And if you want to trade a lot of these big economic releases, they fund thousands of traders a year, pay out millions of dollars in 143 countries. But again, the Emini actually has more liquidity than the SPY. If you look at the Emini on the left here, this actually has more liquidity than the SPY, and you'll notice it's the same price action. So you can notice this is the same as this, but you can trade the left side with no PDT restrictions. And so pretty useful in getting around the PDT rule. And again, if you want to get your feet wet, Top Step's the cheapest way. You could try it out. It's 130 something for the base package. If you lose, it's not the end of the world. It's not like putting up 10K yourself and risking that, but you still have some pressure on you to succeed. And so again, if you want to check them out, again, I'm certainly biased in their favor because they are a sponsor of mine. So I'm certainly biased in their favor. These companies are misleading. 5 contracts is only $2,500, not 50K. They're not saying 5 contracts is 50K. They're saying you can use 5 contracts max. Right. So if you look at the E-mini right here, it's 3750s. Right. If anybody's ever traded futures, this can go against you incredibly quick. I've only used over 5 contracts on the largest one, which gives me 15 contracts, like 2 or 3 times max the last month and a half. Like 5 contracts is plenty, but that's the max contract sizing you can use. You can't use more than 5 contracts. Essentially, they're legitimately funding you the money. And if they're legitimately funding you the money, they don't want it to all come from one big trade because that's not a true test of skill. That's why there's a max contract size. But again, if you look at this, the E-mini actually has better liquidity than the stock market does sometimes. Here's the dollar index too. So the dollar index has been moving down this morning, although it has been moving up, since the FOMC meeting. But yeah, if you want to check out Top Step again, they are a sponsor. There's the link there. You could also use them with a lot of different platforms. I'm on Quant Tower, which I've slowly grown to like. At first, I didn't really like it, to be honest, but I've slowly grown to actually enjoy using Quant Tower as my platform. I think you could trade on Ninja Trader, but I'm not 100% sure. Is anyone else getting ads popping up every couple minutes? No, you shouldn't be. We only promote stuff like we do our little commercials for like Top Step. We just did one for Top Step, for instance. That was the first plug we've done, and we've been streaming for the last hour and 20 minutes. And so we try not to plug too much stuff. If you're getting ads from YouTube, I'm not sure. I have YouTube Premium, so I don't get ads from YouTube. Hot, hot, hot. Are you Ruby Rod? Super green. Yeah. My expectation for the NASDAQ 100 today is 1043 or 1040s. Do you see it? We have a nice falling wedge, and 1080s was a top before some minutes. Bottom is 1040. If it breaks, it can go to 1090s. Yeah, for the NQ, let's take a look. I don't really trade the NQ a ton, man. Most of the time I trade the Emini. But everybody's a little bit different here. So basically you were saying falling wedge and 1080 was the top before some minutes. So here's 1080 right here. Bottom is 1040s. That's way down here. This is 1040s. That's a big range for today. I don't think, I mean, unless the jobs data just comes in really, really bad. On a short-term basis for the NASDAQ 100, I don't know. I see the top at this level. What I like to do is just look at ranges. And I also look at volume-weighted average price trending, right? And so far, the NASDAQ 100 has been trending, pretty well over the volume-weighted average price. And so in that regard, that's what I would look for. But I'm mostly a scalper. And so longer-term movement, I'm not sure what we're going to get for the NASDAQ 100. Hey, Jack sick. Love you. Astros won. So if we win one more game, we win the World Series. So Saturday is probably going to be one of the biggest. If we win Saturday, we win the World Series. If the Phillies win, then it'll be a game 7. It'll be 3-3, and Sunday it'll be. If the Phillies win, then it's going to go to the max amount of games. It's all the best out of 7, right? So really, it's the first team to 4 wins, right? First team with 4 wins, right? We have 3 wins now. We get one more. We win. If the Phillies win, then it's tied, and then the person that wins the next game wins. Basically, we're leading the Phillies. If we win one more game, we win the World Series, which I think the Astros need. But love you. Yeah, we need one. Love you. Have a good day. All right, so Dominion Energy just dropped their numbers here. EPS of 111, expectations of 108, revenue of 4.39 billion, expected 4.03. Yeah, all good, Costas. Yeah, I don't know, Stash. Not sure, brother. We don't have that many ads on this stream. Not more than like normal, for instance, We do have some non-skippable ads though, but again, mostly what we put out there is free. What's your thoughts on Boeing? I don't know. Boeing's one of those big stocks that I just don't really follow that much. Um, I think instead of predicting what the actual airline company does, I'd rather predict what the airlines do. I think airlines are a little bit easier to predict than what the actual plane companies are. So for me, I've just never really been a big follower of Boeing, to be honest. Bro was making more money from streaming than his trading. Yeah, but to what degree is that even like a reasonable thing to again, my channel's called Beginner Trading, you know. Like we don't sell a course, we don't sell a service, we don't claim to be experts. We kind of give everything away for free. We drop the fundamental economic data literally within seconds of it coming out. And so, we're not trying to be experts here. I'm not claiming to drive a Ferrari or a Lamborghini and live in a mansion, Like at what point is that like a reasonable expectation? Like again, people are just mad. Cheers to you. Yeah, definitely top 3 streamers in the world right now, And the example I always give for this, when people say, "Hey, bro, you make more money streaming than you do trading." Okay, it's like put it like this, right? Okay, if you're a mechanic, okay, and you start a mechanic blog that starts to get popular, right? Say you're a mechanic, you start a mechanic blog that starts to get views, right? And say that mechanic vlog starts to make you 6 figures, are people going to get mad and say, "Man, bro's making more money on his mechanics blog than he's making as an actual mechanic"? No, because at a certain point, that's a reasonable expectation, Like, in that degree, I mean, listen, I wrote off in capital gains last year. I made about 26K, give or take. And so, yeah, we're making way more than that streaming, but we're still making money in the stock market, And so, at a certain point, when you give everything away for free, I think we're doing it the right way here. Like, we don't charge for content. There's no paywalls behind our content, and everything we put out there is free. I don't know what the date is going to be. We'll see. All right, so Wells Fargo CEO says that customer financials are healthy. Dominion Energy did have a beat on EPS. Revenue did better than expected as well. But they narrowed their view. So if we look at Dominion here on the left, energy company, don't really move that much. Mixed results, but they had bad guidance. They narrowed their fiscal year EPS view. So they lowered guidance here. I'm not really upset. I'm just kind of explaining why it's okay if I make more streaming than I do trading. Because, again, you're not the first person to say that. So it's just kind of, I'm not really mad. I'm just explaining why it's okay if we make more, and we certainly do make more streaming, Again, to put it in perspective, we make more than a doctor does streaming, Some doctors. Not heart surgeons for sure. But like maybe like a really small emergency room doctor or something like that. You know what I mean? Shout out to all my doctors. Definitely top 3 doctors in the world right now. Dominion on the left. Here's Bitcoin. Again, we're still in Google right now. What do you guys think? Should I cut my Google trade? I'm holding 50 shares left. We bought like 200. We're holding 50 left. Already made money on it, kind of scaling out of it. Hey, thank you, Bernardo. Modest Mike. I remember trading penny stocks a few years ago. Yeah, penny stocks, you can make thousands. You can also lose thousands. The problem. Hey, thank you, Eric. Hope you make more money doing this. Hey, thank you, Bernardo. We appreciate it, man. Thank you, sir. Oh, Larry, no offense, but you don't know how much I make doing this. I will say it's substantial, I'll put it this way. This year, we'll probably, in just general business income, because of course we're going to write some of this off, but I would say this year in 2020 or 2022, we're going to make over 130. Probably, And so, like I said, we're doing better than some doctors. And again, we have about 45 minutes, guys. About 48 minutes until the actual data drops. About 48 minutes. Bitcoin at 23K today? I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see if it does. It could. Yeah, I mean, it's not about subscribers, guys. And again, I'm teaching you guys this so y'all can understand. It's not about subs. It's about views, right? We have less than 100,000 subs, but views are solid. You know, we get, like I said, right now we're averaging, like these are our views. Right, so last 48 hours we made about 42,000, 43,000 views, 42,000. Every 60 minutes we get about 1.5K views. You know, so like our views are up there. You know, we've been growing like crazy. And again, I'm not trying to brag. I'm bragging a little bit, but I appreciate you all. I really do. Couldn't do it without you guys. I think we got a great group of traders here for sure. And I think people understand we cover all the major stuff. You know, and so I think people like coming here because we cover all the major stuff. We put it in an easy to understand way, and we appreciate you all. Yeah, OnlyFans coming soon. Hey, what's up, Ed? Hope you're doing good, brother. Hey, thank you, DJ. Yeah, that's what I said. Maybe like Travis, maybe like a really, really small emergency room, you know, doctor. You know what I mean? Maybe like a really, really small brand new emergency room doctor that hasn't gotten his raises yet. You know. Don't poop on my dream, bro. Okay, don't poop on my dream, dude. That's all I'm saying. You know. No, I'm just joking. All right, Google up to 8440s. 8440s. Spy up to 370s. I mean, like I said, though, guys, y'all have to understand, I make money elsewhere as well. Like software, I make some money doing that. I'm also a real estate agent, too. So we do okay. MetaShares down roughly 73%. 73%. What do you think I should do with Google here, guys? We're sitting in Google. We got 50 shares. Yeah, I've actually watched Meet Kevin. Like Meet Kevin, you know, I don't know enough about the actual stock market content in his, but I've actually watched them, you know, as a realtor. I watched some of his really old videos. Meet Kevin used to go door to door and like sell stuff, sell real estate, I think is what he did. I never had the guts to do that, bro. I was never like, I do real estate, but like I was never one of those really pushy real estate agents. I don't have the personality for it. Like, bro, I am not about to go door to door knocking on anybody's door trying to sell them real estate. That's just not me. You know, but I used to watch Meet Kevin back in the day because that's what he started out as. He wasn't always stock market finance. It was mostly real estate is what he covered. And he would go door to door and sell stuff and film it is what he used to do. That's really how he grew, you know, to where he is real estate, you know, selling and stuff like that. And it was good content. I used to watch it. I'm in the process of it now, Larry. Yeah, I'm just kind of joking, Travis. No, I mean, okay. All right, the national annual doctor salary in the U.S. is 180. All right, and that is per October 26, 2022, according to Leap Scholar. So, I mean, you know, it depends on where you are, but yeah, some people have it as 161K a year, which is like close to what we make. I mean, it's close, you know. Yeah, for Bernardo, for sure. I don't know, bro. Everybody knocked Meet Kevin, but here's the problem, all right, with knocking Meet Kevin. He announced what he was doing, bro. He told everybody, listen, I can't even knock him for it, okay? Meet Kevin said, hey, everybody, I'm selling everything right now. I think the market's about to crash. He sold everything, and then what happened? The market kind of crashed a little bit. And so are we mad at him for protecting himself? I don't think we should be. You know, I think that's what smart people do. And honestly, he even gave you guys a warning and said, hey, guys, I'm cutting everything. You know, how are we really going to get mad at Kevin for that? You know, again, Kevin might hate me or not even know who I am, so it doesn't even matter. But, like, objectively speaking, can we really get mad at him for that? I don't think we can. Google at 84.50s. Again, we bought this yesterday after the dip. We're holding 50 shares. I mean, what do you mean FTDs? Do you mean failure to deliver, or do you mean federal tax deposits? What are you talking about? Again, I don't. Ed, on settlement days, I'm not really an option trader. You know, I don't really trade options like that, so no idea. A hot bikini girl behind you wouldn't hurt views. So yeah, let me get Carol in here, bro. I'll just get Carol in here. Throw her bikini on and she'll just sit there like that, you know. Yeah, but you can't really take your investment advice from a guy on YouTube. I mean, it's not really something that you should be doing here. I mean, you can take strategy advice, but like copying some guy on YouTube's trades is never going to work. It's one of the reasons I tell people not to copy me. You know, like I don't want people to copy me. Like people can learn from the strategies I'm using and that can be powerful, but I don't want people to copy my trade for trade. You should never be doing that. You know? Like in the end, you're going to be your own best advocate. You're not going to, you know, like again, the healthiest way to trade, you want to really make money in markets. The easiest way to make money is to diversify, research healthy companies, diversify into them, and then sit for 5 to 10 years. Almost guaranteed to make money doing that. Value investing, Warren Buffett, you know, easiest way to make money in market. You know, it's almost a certainty that you're going to make money if you do that. If you hold for 15 years, you know what I mean? And so, you can learn strategies from people. And again, that's why I try to teach people is like the strategies I use, like the swing trading strategies I use can be really powerful, right? But you should never be copying off of somebody's trades. And if you do, you got to understand, you got to go into it with the understanding that, look, you could lose. And if you lose, it's not the person's fault. And if you're not going into it with that, then you're just blaming your losses on people. You know what I mean? In the end, you're responsible for your own trades. You always got to make your own assessment. As I always say, trade responsibly. Because frankly, you know, you don't know what's going to happen in markets. Things can change. You know, Kevin might have really thought that it was time to buy the dip. And then he saw some data that changed his mind and he announced that. And he said, hey, guys, I changed my mind. I'm getting out. And he was right. You know, and I think sometimes that's going to happen. I think if it was you, you're allowed to change your mind in the stock market sometimes. You know what I mean? Like you're allowed to pivot with what you're doing. I change my mind all the time. You know, I bought Meta a few days ago, sold it the next morning. Very small loss. In hindsight, definitely was the right move. You know? So for people that saw me buy Meta, some, you know, is it my fault? No. You got to, you know, you got to trade yourself. That's the part of the stock market. Hey, what's up, Space? No, option trading is only during market hours. How do you plan to play the unemployment news? I'm really not going to take anything in terms of positional size. I'm not really going to take any big size or anything like that. I mean, I'm in Google right now. I've already taken profit. The data drops in about 37 minutes, give or take 37 minutes. And so I'm not sure what we're going to get from it. I've already basically scaled out of most of my Google trade already. And we'll wait for the data to drop and then maybe play something and pick a direction. No, I didn't buy DraftKings on the dip, although I don't think it's a bad trade idea necessarily here. Again, I have no idea what DraftKings is going to do. I might buy this dip, actually. It's not a bad idea, because DraftKings had good earnings. And so I'm still not sure why they're down. Let me research this a little bit more before I take anything, because I don't mind that idea. But again, if I lose on it, it's my responsibility, of course. All right, so DraftKings narrowed their loss, raised their fiscal year revenue guidance. Their monthly unique payers increased to 1.6 million average. Why are they down? All right, so Caesars sports betting strengthened here. I'm going to buy a small amount of shares here, like 25 shares. All right, we're in 25 shares. That's it. We're not going to buy more. But I don't mind the trade idea. We're just taking little feelers out there. Hey, that's right, Marvin. Hey, let's go, bro. You mean Ryan Presley? I don't think his name is Brian Presley. I thought it was Ryan. Yeah, it's Ryan Presley, not Brian Presley. I was like, man, Brian doesn't sound right. Damn. My guy's taller than I thought he was, man. He's 6'3". Pitchers, I guess, are tall. You just don't realize it. If you properly look at the graph, we are at 2007 December time, which means we will see another 30% decline by next year, February. I'm sure of it. Well, if you're sure of anything, then you're wrong, because you can never be sure of what's going to happen in the markets. Anytime I hear somebody say, I know 100% what's going to happen, I immediately just kind of ignore them. No offense to you. I don't think we can be sure of anything right now. We don't know what's going to happen, how much the Fed is going to raise or lower rates in the December meeting, if they're going to pivot, how aggressive they're going to be, how the market's going to react to it, what the CPI next week looks like. We don't know anything, and so in that regard, I don't think being sure of anything makes sense. And I guess just I'm conditioned to be this way. I've had so many people come up to me saying, hey, I'm sure of this. Somebody told me they were sure CEI was going to hit $5 when it was at like $1.30 or whatever it was, and that they were going to come back to my stream in 30 days and tell me they told me so. CEI is now 13 cents, and I never heard from them again. All right, so Elon's starting to let people go on Twitter here. I agree we can't be sure, but it does seem to be heading towards. Yeah, Abdul, it could be possible, brother, for sure, man. It could be possible. Again, I'm not knocking it. You might be right, man. You might be right, bro. Yeah, 30 minutes, guys. 33 minutes before the actual data comes out. About 33 minutes. Hey, thank you, Abdul. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, man. So buy CEI now. No, man. Penny stocks are not dip buys. Again, I'll say it again. Penny stocks are not dip buys. Penny stocks will keep dipping. The inherent edge that you're going to get in large blue chip and mid cap companies like DraftKings are noticeably higher. Why? Because they're good companies. They're healthy companies that actually make money. The problem with penny stocks is that bag holding is almost never a profitable endeavor for penny stocks, right? People bag hold in penny stocks because they get stuck in huge, violent drops and they refuse to exit their position and be disciplined. So they just sit in penny stocks. The problem is that most penny stocks are not going to rebound. You look at Apple, and Apple dips heavy enough and you buy that Apple dip, the chances are on your side. Like the odds are in your favor, you know, with the company eventually getting back higher than where you bought it, you know, with enough time. Time heals all wounds in large caps, so to speak, because consistently they go up over time. The problem with penny stocks is that it's just not like that. You know, the odds are against you in penny stocks. Most penny stocks actually fail and get delisted and go to zero. And so if you try to bag hold a penny stock like it's a blue chip, you're going to lose long term, almost certainly. And, you know, to that degree, they're never dip buys. You shouldn't be dip buying penny stocks because they'll just keep dipping. Because, again, if you look at CEI's chart here over the last year, this is what they look like, unfortunately. You can short some penny stocks. Again, the problem with shorting penny stocks is that there's not okay, so you have to understand what shorting is to understand why there's not many shorts for penny stocks. All right, so again, when you think about it like this, okay, so shorting is essentially going to your neighbor saying, yo, let me borrow a bag of sugar. A bag of sugar is worth $1. Going up to your neighbor and saying, hey, let me borrow a bag of sugar, immediately selling that bag of sugar, taking the dollar, putting it in your pocket, waiting for the price of a bag of sugar to drop to 50 cents, buying the bag of sugar back, and then returning it to your neighbor, thus profiting the 50-cent difference. But with actual trading, short traders but in actual trading, the reason that shorts are loaned, and you hear people say, hey, you know, you have to locate shorts, is because the people that are loaning you those shorts are long-term investors that don't care about short-term price fluctuations. And so, you know, if you're holding something for 20 years, you don't really care if it drops short-term. And so you're able to loan those shares out to other short traders who do care if it drops short-term and pocket some money on interest to kind of hedge your bets a little bit is what happens. And so in that regard, the reason there's not a lot of shorts available for penny stocks is because there's not a lot of long-term investors that are willing to loan those shares out. There's just not that many long-term investors in penny stocks. And so because of that, there's not that many shorts, and you have to, quote, locate your shorts. You got to find somebody that's willing to loan you shorts in a penny stock, which is just not very common, you know. Yeah, David, I got you, man. Here you go. Yeah, there's Chart Prime link. Y'all check it out. Great company. Again, Chart Prime, again, I can't guarantee you're going to make money. We have two sponsors here that we'll plug maybe once every 30 minutes to an hour. What we've been using Chart Prime on is the Emini. Somebody was like, oh, you don't use them, but it's like, I actually do, man. Chart Prime, look how powerful this can be. All right, like seriously, if we look at this here, Chart Prime is an indicator service on TradingView. So you can use it on stocks, crypto, futures, all that stuff. Here's the Emini. You can use it on the SPY, S&P 500, Bitcoin, whatever you want to use. And honestly, they're pretty accurate. I can't guarantee you're going to make money. They are a sponsor of mine, so I'm definitely biased in their favor, of course. But they could be just really powerful. I mean, if you look at this here, all right, so take a look. All right, let's look at how much they were right versus wrong here on the E-mini. So number one, we just got a bearish engulfing sign on the E-mini. So they're basically predicting that it's going to drop. Possible reversal down, drop. Possible reversal down, drop. Bearish engulfing candle, drop. Possible reversal down, drop. This one was wrong. This one made money. Possible reversal up, bounce. Possible reversal down, drop. Look at this one. It literally called the top and bottom. The way I like to use this, you can use it. It automatically documents support and resistance as well. So you can see like it auto documents support and resistance. So not only do we have this support and resistance line right here, we also have this blue possible reversal down indicator, which is a predictive algorithm. It predicts which way it's heading. And of course, I can't guarantee you're going to make money, but if you combine all these together, so we have resistance level, we have a bearish engulfing candle, which is a bearish candlestick, and we have the possible reversal down, what happens? We get a really big drop afterwards. You know, really, it's larger than that, really, if you look at it. And so again, you can keep going back. You can use this in stocks. I can use this on Bitcoin or Tesla, you know, or whatever I want to use it on. And it can just be really, really powerful. Like, again, here's it picking out the bottom. Like, look, bullish engulfing candles, bounce, right? And just really, really powerful. Again, check it out. They are a sponsor of my video. I'm certainly biased in their favor, of course, because they are a sponsor of mine. But again, you can find value in them. And again, I'll post this link if you want to check them out. It's in chat right now. How unemployment affect market? Well, higher unemployment will evoke a positive response in markets. Probably. You can also find the link to Chart Prime in the description if you want to check it out. But it will probably evoke a positive response in markets. So why are penny stocks like ENZC being shorted? Well, because you can short them. You just got to find ones that there's actually shorts available. Again, though, you don't want to fall for the trap of like there's going to be short squeezes in penny stocks. But you don't want to fall for the sensationalized penny stock trap of short squeezes, right? Like you hear people trying to sell you on a penny stock, right? They'll say, oh, the institution and the big banks are shorting this one and being greedy and manipulating it. Fight the power. Buy this terrible penny stock and sit on it. Don't do it. They're terrible companies. They're terrible companies. The only people really out there preaching that are people that are just down so much in penny stocks that they're desperately trying to get people involved in it because it's losing them money. Just don't fall for it. Penny stocks are so sensationalized. You don't know what's going on with these penny stocks. Again, even if you find good DD, quote unquote, you don't know if it's legitimate. There's incredibly manipulative reports out there about these penny stocks. Most of them are failing. There's dilution risks of offerings getting announced and just making you lose 40% in 30 seconds. There's just so much risk in holding penny stocks that, again, the companies that have the biggest followings in penny stocks are a lot of the times the worst companies. They're companies that have gone up and fallen so fast that it artificially creates this following of traders that are just down so much in it. They're confirmation bias. They're desperate for it to go up. And so they just have these big communities of traders that are following these terrible penny stock companies that are probably going to end at zero. And you got to see it for what it is. I've seen it. Listen, I've been trading every day for 5 years plus in terms of day trading and swing trading. That is certainly a thing, and it happens a lot, more than you realize. Yeah, the employment data might be important. Yeah, it certainly is, of course. That's what we're covering. That's what's up, Chris. But again, we're kind of in backwards land right now, where good is bad and bad is good. We're in one of those times where if we do higher unemployment, the market's probably going to go up. If we do worse unemployment, the market's probably going to go down. Again, we're kind of in backwards land, really, right now. So it's just this weird dynamic of markets. Did you do well in the Apple fall after Powell spoke? No, I got completely flat for that. Again, I'm not really one that likes to trade these big economic releases like that. I get flat pretty much ahead of all of them because there's just coin flip in nature. They're just coin flippish in nature. There's no edge. You could try to, it's kind of like betting on earnings. You can take a huge position ahead of earnings, but you're probably going to lose, and so you can bet, but nobody knows what the earnings going to do. Even with that, company might have great earnings and still crash. Company might have bad earnings and still fly up. And so in that degree, you really don't know what you're going to get from earnings or some of these big releases. And so because of that, I usually get pretty flat ahead of them. Aldrin, bro, if you're acting like I talk about penny stocks all day, I don't. You can ask anybody here. This is the first time we've mentioned penny stocks. We've been streaming for 2 hours. My job, Aldrin, and I know you might be emotional because you're stuck in a bunch of losing penny stock trades, which is what it sounds like to me, dude. But every company, number one, did not start off as a penny stock. If you believe that's true, then you don't know that much about the stock market, number one. A lot of companies start off as big stocks. They get IPO'd and they stay high. They're not penny stocks a lot of the time when they start off at. You know what I mean? Some of them do, of course, but not all of them. And again, if you believe that, you don't really understand the stock market. Number two is that my job here is to protect traders. My job is to protect traders. The penny stock market is incredibly predatory. Convinces a lot of young, retail, naive traders to spend their life savings on terrible companies that end up losing them thousands and thousands of dollars. And so in that regard, my duty as a person on YouTube is to protect people from that. That's my job, is to protect people from that. And again, that's what we do here. I'm telling people the truth. It might not be a fun truth. Truth hurts sometimes. But, in the end, my job is to protect traders. And I think most of you guys understand that. I might sound like a broken record sometimes, but it's intentional. We're trying to protect traders. How do we protect traders? We warn them about this because, frankly, they need to hear it. 8:30. So we got 23 minutes, guys. 23. I lost 33,000 on penny stocks last year. Never again. Exactly, John. Exactly my point. SPY at 373.60s. What is job data release? 7:30, guys. We got I got about 23 minutes, or at 8:30 market time. Apple's still over 140s. Coin is falling hard. Is it really? I saw it rip up a little bit from the earnings report. Nobody really that's falling. I don't know if it's falling that bad. Yeah, for sure. Again, a lot of people, I see people all the time here that lose tons of money. Again, penny stocks are incredibly predatory. It's my job to look out for traders, and so I'm going to be real with traders about them. I like going with option contracts on volatile companies for earnings. That way I mean, you can, there's some okay, like calculated risks you could take from earnings reports. There are, like, you could take like far outside the money options and look for some big swings in volatility in one direction and try to capitalize on that. That's fine. Again, I'm not going to say you should do it. I really don't know. But that's an understandable like trade idea. Yeah, exactly. People think they're Jordan Belfort, not the guy on the phone. Yeah, 100%, man. That's exactly right. Dollar index at 112.30s. Hey, what's up, Alfredo? Yeah, man, that's sad, Walter. Showing a good probability the market will be bullish today. Yeah, I think it all depends on the jobs report. It depends on unemployment and jobs report data. Again, that data drops in about 20 minutes. Well, I appreciate it, man. I gotta delete the message, David, just because it's got another streamer in there. So I just kind of gotta delete that. But I appreciate that, brother. I really do. Thank you, man. SPY up to 373s. All right, guys. So again, we bought DraftKings on the dip. We're still in Google. We bought Google yesterday. Yeah, Fubo earnings are right now here. Let me see what Fubo showed up as. I don't see anything yet. ECB Stornoros said that he would have prepared a smoother path of rate increases. Say in the October meeting, he made the case for 50 basis points versus the eventual 75 basis point hike. Do y'all think 50 basis points would do enough for inflation, though, is the problem? Do y'all think 50 basis points is going to curb inflation well enough is the real problem? Like 50 basis points would obviously cause good short-term action in stocks, but like, would it do enough to actually combat inflation? I guess is the real question here. I don't know. What do you guys think? Yeah, Twitter's private right now. Another. Yeah, Justin, 100%. He said you would do better holding long-term and fundamental in crypto than lose on penny stocks to get rich quick. Right, but that's what's advertised. You know, if you look at, again, what happens a lot of the time in the penny stock niche is that what happens a lot of the time is you got these gurus who they artificially inflate low float manipulatable penny stocks to their following, right? Like you got thousands of people there. You say, hey guys, I'm buying ABC low float penny stock. Your following's going to eat that up and they're going to say, oh, he's buying this, and they buy it too, right? What happens when you announce it is that stock goes up. because it's low float, right? So it's manipulatable. There's not that many shares out there. So it goes up. And then you sell into that. And then after you fully exit the position, you say, oh, guys, I'm out of ABC penny stock. And what happens? The penny stock crashes down. And then a lot of them take the profits they make from pumping them up, and they sell courses on how to day trade penny stocks. Buy my course on how to day trade penny stocks. It's like, bro, you're making your money pumping them up because they're low float. If you look at the stocks they target, they all have like less than 10 million in the float. So it's like they're all manipulatable. It's unfortunate and predatory, but it happens, and you see it a lot. All right, guys, the dollar index is back up to 112. SPY dipping down a little bit. Again, I'm still in Google right now. I don't know what we're going to do with Google here, but I'm sitting in it now. We already took profit on it, so we're up a couple hundred or a little bit under that. And so, yeah, I don't know what we're going to do. We're sitting on 50 shares left, 50 shares. Our entry was 83.50s. Hey, what's up, Kieran? I think real rates need to go positive for inflation to come down. Well, yeah. No, I'm not talking about them. Whack. That's not who I'm talking about. I'm not talking about anybody really, but specifically, no, I'm not talking. I don't even know who that is. I've never seen them. Neo started as a penny stock. Yeah, I mean, you got companies that have started as a penny stock, but like honestly, Neo's not that great of an argument right now, bro. Neo almost is a penny stock right now, dude. It's again like, yeah, some of them start as penny stocks, but again, to understand the reality of it, some start as penny stocks, but a lot of companies don't. Like again, think about IPOs. Okay. Most of the time what happens is not a company is a penny stock, pink sheet, OTC, and then it does really great, and then it goes to large caps. That's most of the time not what happens. Most of the time the company starts out as a large cap, or they start out as a mid cap. They IPO, they sit at like 30, 40, 50 bucks, and then they get higher and higher and higher. Look at Facebook, Apple, Amazon, like whatever you want to look at, right? Those did not start off as penny stocks. They might have been $20 or less, but they didn't start off as low float penny stocks. Why? Because they're not terrible companies when they start off, and they actually have hype around them. Dollar index is moving up. All right, 15 minutes, guys. 15 minutes. Did you buy PTO in yesterday and pre? No. I don't really like Peloton. I think Peloton's very risky company, just terrible company. Where's my other hat? I'm looking like the gray guy in here today. Yeah, but there it is. But yeah. Again, I'm not saying all penny stocks are bad. I just think they're incredibly predatory towards new traders, and most new traders lose money trading them, unfortunately. And so it's something that you got to just look at objectively. Don't get wrapped up in it. If you're new, and if you're a new trader, you probably shouldn't be trading penny stocks. Again, the way I like to look at it is you got to look at what real money does. Why? What does real money do? Real money doesn't really trade penny stocks most of the time. You look at what hedge funds do, don't really trade penny stocks. What's your opinion on why Powell was being so vague on rate forecast until the very end of his speech? I mean, I think he's going to be vague. I think that's the job of them. Like, he can't basically... Again, Powell understands how it impacts markets. He's going to understand how his tone, how his speech, how his words impact markets. And so when he's saying negative things, he's going to try to subtly say the negative things. Instead of just being like, yeah, the market's going to tank, he's going to say, oh, well, he's going to try to delicately put it, if that makes sense. That's kind of what's going on, is he's trying to be delicate about it. Again, sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't. It's a tough balance, though. It's a balancing act. Stop spamming, please. Thank you. All right, we're going to look at Peloton. Again, I have no idea, I have no idea what the news is going to do to markets. Again, if unemployment is higher, that's probably going to evoke a positive response in markets. If unemployment is lower, it's probably going to evoke a negative response. Peloton's earnings aren't out yet. So Peloton earnings are scheduled to come out. Or not Peloton, I'm sorry. Fubo actually might be out already then. Let me see. Yeah, Fubo posted third quarter EPS of 52 cents, beat the 73-cent loss estimate. Sales of 224.8, beat the 213.18 estimates. So Fubo came in better than expected. They got 358 total paid subscribers. They see fourth quarter North American revenue at 277.5 to 282.5. Fiscal year 22 is expected to come in at just under $1 billion at 949.7 to 954.7. So yeah, here's the Fubo numbers right here. Can't trade with real money because it's too illiquid. Yeah, I mean, just big money doesn't want to use it. And again, I'm not knocking penny stocks. We actually got some good penny stocks out here. But I don't know. I'm just biased against them. And if I am, my apologies. Robinhood offering 3.75% for interest. No, the data's not out yet. Data comes out in 11 minutes. S&P. So there goes the dollar index just opened here. Again, SPY's been dipping down a little bit. Google kind of pulling back with it. Luckily, we took some profit off. I'm going to take another 10 shares off of this just in case the data comes in worse than expected. We're going to go ahead and protect ourselves here. Maybe take another. So we got 30 shares left. So we've already capitalized mostly on Google dip. We're in DraftKings right now. We did buy that. Again, the data drops at 8:30. 8:30 team. Market initially pumped up on his statement related to possibly having a lesser hike next time. He made sure to correct and said that the speed is less relevant. The end destination matters most. Yeah. Hey, thank you, Kay. I appreciate it. Jack? Oh. So... All right, guys. So, yeah. So, personally, I don't believe that current employment stats are as relevant in regards to inflation as they would be historically. They're going to influence markets. To what degree, of course, we don't know. But it's going to make markets move some, at least. We'll have to wait and see to what degree, though. So no, it didn't go up 10,000%, Terry. So what this actually is this is called a reverse split. Okay, so again, going back to penny stocks, and again, I'm not trying to knock them. There's some good ones, but I'm going to explain what this is. Okay, this is called a reverse split. And so what happens is that when the company is at 8 cents a share, this is currently listed on the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ has minimum bid requirements for these penny stock companies, right? So, when they have to be over a certain price to stay listed on the NASDAQ, which is a major exchange. And so what these companies will do when they're struggling, which this one obviously is at 8 cents a share, is that they will consolidate shares. They'll do what's called a reverse split. This looks like a 100-to-1 reverse split. What is this? Let me see. You'll be able to see the announcement here. So DBGI is it's almost certainly a reverse split of some sort. I'm not sure to what degree the split is, but yeah, so it's a 1-for-100 reverse stock split. So yeah, so it's a 1-for-100. So they're taking every one share and they're multiplying it by 100. And so essentially they're consolidating shares. There's going to be less shares of them out there, but each individual share is going to be worth more, and so that they can stay listed. So point is, it's not a real sign of strength. This isn't a strong thing for this company. It's not a good thing. It means that their price was so cheap that they were probably getting threatened to get delisted from the NASDAQ exchange. And so in that way, in that regard, they ended up doing a reverse split just so that they could stay listed is what this is. Again, SPY bounced it up a little bit. We got the dollar index opened up. Again, we have about 7 minutes, guys. 7 minutes before the actual data drops. We trade everything. I just worry the standard levers we use to address the economic conditions are not going to work as expected. It was a non-standard circumstances that got us here. Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. The data comes out in 6 minutes, guys. 6 minutes. Are you looking for a possible gap down pump up for DraftKings? Yeah, I mean, DraftKings did a little bit worse for their actual user numbers, but they raised their guidance. And so, for us to drop from 16 down to 13, I think that's, we're going to buy that dip and see if it works. And it might not work. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe we lose, but we're buying that dip. Also, guys, we're going to put it in sub-only mode. And so if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button. We appreciate it. Hit the notification bell. I'd really love to break today. I'd really love to break 91,000. We're pretty close to it. Would really love to break 91K. And so if you haven't already, hit the subscribe button. We're at about 90.7K. We need about 300 subs to hit 91K. So if you haven't already, hit that subscribe button, team. We really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, data comes out in about 5 minutes. Announce yourself. Show us that you're subscribed. We got over 1,000 people here. Thank you so much, team. Hey, what's up, Abdul? Hey, good morning, man. Countdown clock on screen. I don't know where to put it. All right, we have all right, guys. So yeah, we'll give you a timer. We'll give you a timer. If I can get this up and working, we'll try to here. There's so many ads right now, but that's okay. All right. Here's our timer that we built. There's our timer until the actual data is released. What do you think will happen if expectations are met? Well, it's almost never going to be exactly what's met. Hey, all good, just driving. Hey, thank you guys. Again, this is a dynamic of markets right now where if we see higher than expected numbers for unemployment, the market's probably going to react positively here. The dollar index in that regard will probably drop. If we see lower than expected unemployment, then the market will probably go down. Again, expectational numbers here. Guys, we also have payroll numbers. We got non-farm numbers. And again, higher is worse for payrolls. Lower is better right now. So again, higher is worse. Lower is better generally for this type of stuff lately here. And again, in 3 minutes, we get average hourly earnings, average weekly hours, government payrolls, manufacturing payrolls, non-farm payrolls, participation rate, private non-farm payrolls, unemployment rates, all that stuff dropping. And again, expectations for unemployment are 3.6%. Last time it was 3.5%. We come in higher than 3.6% for unemployment. and the market will probably go up. If we come in lower than expected for unemployment, the market will probably go down. Non-farm payroll expectations are for 200,000. We come in higher than 200K, market's going to drop. We come in lower than 200K, market's probably going to go up. And so again, that's the nuance of the market right now. We got about a minute, 2 minutes left. I'm not much of an option trader, Jay. All right, so Emmanuel. All right, guys. 18, we got about a minute left. All right, team. Man, I got to go to the bathroom, too. I guess I'm just going to hold it. All right, guys, we got 1,200 people here. Subscribe, team, if you haven't already. We appreciate you all. Hit that notification bell. Announce your... what do you guys think is going to happen here in chat? Let me know. What do you guys think is going to happen here, team? Announce what you think is going to happen. Positive, negative reaction. We got less than a minute, as you can see, 45 seconds. Let's do this, guys. Good luck. Again, next week's going to be crazy with CPI. We are going to stream that. We cover all the major economic activity. Big drop. $23 seconds, 22, 20. Dollar index falling down short term ahead of this. Negative. Dump. A lot of people thinking negative here. All right, here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And all right, guys. There is the data drop here. So we did have numbers come out. Non-farm came in way higher than expected. Way higher than expected for non-farm at 261,000 versus 200,000 expected. The unemployment rate did come in higher than expected, though. The unemployment rate came in at 3.7 versus 3.6%. But the non-farm payroll numbers and the rest of the payroll numbers came in noticeably more than expected here. 261,000 for non-farm. Versus 200,000 expected. Unemployment rate came in at 3.7% versus 3.6% expected here. And so again, higher than expected unemployment, but higher than expected non-farm payroll. So kind of mixed results here. Again, we're going to put these numbers up on screen. Unemployment was higher. Non-farm was higher as well, though. Noticeably higher for non-farm. And you can see the market initially reacting pretty negatively from this data release here. Here's the data on screen. We'll put this up. There's the data right there. Again, kind of pivoting all the way back. It is mixed results. Again, unemployment rate was higher than expected, which is good right now in this market for stock price activity. Non-farm payrolls came in noticeably higher, though, at 261,000 versus 200,000 expected. And so, again, higher is worse for non-farm. And, yeah, we are dropping down pretty substantially. The dollar index ripped up pretty big from this as well. But yeah, there's the data release, guys. Again, looking at the rest of this data come out, we had private non-farm coming at 233K. Participation rate came in at 62.2 thousand. Manufacturing payrolls came in higher than expected at 32K versus 15K expected. Government payrolls came in at 28K. Average weekly hours came in at 34.5, the same as last time, as well as average hourly earnings, same as last time. Average hourly earnings month over month was 0.4, so higher than last time as well, which again, all is bad signs for inflation. Unemployment rate came in higher than expected, though, by 0.1%, but it was a slight beat on that in terms of unemployment on the downside. But non-farm, private payrolls, participation rate, they all came in pretty high. And again, that is evoking a negative response right now in markets. All I'll say is that it's good that I cut my Google shares. We ended up taking profit on our Google dip buy, and it looks like that was the right move. Again, unemployment rate came in at 3.7% here. Market initially reacted really, really negatively here. You can see the huge drop we got in markets, but we did bounce back a little bit. We're still technically green on the day, though. So we're still technically green on the day. Again, higher than expected non-farm. So again, let me know what you guys think. I wouldn't call it a tie. I would say it kind of swings a little bit more to the negative side, but yeah, it is mixed results. All right, guys, we're getting a positive response here. We're starting to get a rebound here, guys. Wow. So look at the market bounce back. Again, the unemployment came in slightly higher than expected, slightly higher than expected. The last unemployment rate showed up at 3.5. So we are 0.2% higher than last time as well. So we're higher than last time, higher than expected for unemployment. And maybe that's going to help us continue to bounce back here. Again, we're still sitting in Google. We still got 30 shares left, but we cut most of it ahead of this. Yeah, CPI next week will be very, very relevant. Very, very interesting. And again, y'all subscribe if you haven't already, team. We do this live for free every day. We cover all the major economic news. As soon as the data drops, you can see we covered this very, very fast. As soon as it dropped, we started covering it. And so in that regard, hit that subscribe button if you want to catch all this major economic releases. We're pretty flat since the release here. You can see we opened up right at 8:30 at 373.45s. So we are, we're down for sure, but close to break even. We haven't really moved that much. The dollar index is pretty flat too here. So we're getting some negative responses, but it's not like huge bear action or chaos or anything like that. We're just we're slightly down, but neutral for the most part. No, I mean, the economy's doing okay, but prices are so high, Larry. So it's like, yeah, people are working, but again, it's one of those things where unemployment was higher than expected, which is good. It's not, I wouldn't say our economy's working as we want it to. Again, we have really, really high inflation right now. And so, sure, while numbers are good, it's because inflation and prices are so high. Everything's so expensive, it's difficult to, it's difficult to afford things, and so people have to work more. Numbers have to come in higher. So I think you got to really look at it from that perspective. And again, politically, I don't really pick sides. It's not about that. I think a lot of people get too political, where they're kind of rooting for a political side, like it's their favorite football team. But for me, I'm pretty neutral. I dislike both sides. But I will say that the economy is not really doing great right now in that regard. Prices are so high. People are forced to work more in this, and so it's. We are in a bear market in the stock market as well. Thursday, 8:30 is when CPI drops. Don't you notice that every time you say it's a neutral reaction? Well, what I'm referring to right now is initially. I'm saying initially we're pretty neutral. Now, it's going to pick a side, of course. It's not always going to stay neutral. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is so far we have a neutral reaction in terms of what showed up. Again, initially we dropped, and now we're bouncing back up. And so in that way, we're neutral. But eventually we're going to pick a side, of course. We're not just going to stay in one side. Yeah, and I think the right is incredibly toxic in a lot of ways too, a lot of different ways, But again, it's not that I just dislike the whole realm of politics. I think it's all nonsense. Bureaucrats in general bother me. SPY moving up at 374.50s, 374.50s. So market's moving here, guys. So we are now moving up. Looks like holding Google was the right move here. I cut most of it, though. I guess I should have sat on a little bit more. I'm not sure, Jay. I really don't know. I hope it ends sooner than that, but we don't really know. We can only guess. Google, yeah, Google's rebounded big here. And again, we bought the dip. I don't know whether I want to take more profit into this or not. We are green in this right now. Again, we'll see if the market actually holds, but we are starting to pivot back up here. Hey, thank you, Leonard. Well, the rich are who pays most of the taxes in the world, though, Jay. tuna. You know what I mean? So again, I'm not for punish the rich. I think I'm a capitalist. Still, I'm very socially liberal. I'm very socially liberal. Are you restricting to pay chat today? What do you mean? We're already in sub only mode, so if you wanna chat, you gotta subscribe, but it's not paid chat. You don't have to pay to subscribe, except for your time it takes you to click the subscribe button. Again, everybody subscribe. I would never pressure you to subscribe, but if you don't sub, we'll ban you for life. Okay, subscribe now. Dollar index move it down. SPY move it up a little bit. It looks good. It looks good. I hope it continues here. Hey, what's up, Mike? Man, what happened to DraftKings? DraftKings had bad earnings. Or DraftKings, we bought the dip after earnings just to put it into perspective. Our entry is 13.11, so we're down like 36. We're down $9. But DraftKings dropped from, I think they didn't hit as good of numbers as they wanted, is what it was. They didn't quite hit the numbers they wanted. Oh, yeah, I tend to agree with you, Jay, 100%. Can you explain more about the results? Well, yeah, so again, we came in noticeably higher than expected for non-farm payroll numbers. And again, in this current economy right now, that's generally going to be seen as a bad thing. Fed's trying to curb inflation. They're trying to curb high prices. And to a certain degree, Larry's right. Like the economy is, in conventional metrics, the economy's doing pretty well. Economy's doing pretty well. Unemployment low, prices high, non-farm payroll numbers high. You got to look at it from the inflation lens, I think. But right now, we want lower payroll numbers because inflation is so bad, right? And so we get this inflationary, pressure, and we want lower payroll numbers, not higher. So payroll numbers came in at 261,000. Expectations were for 200,000. So payrolls came in noticeably higher than expected. And in that regard, it's a bad thing for stock prices because, again, it means more inflationary fears. At the same time, though, the unemployment rate came in at 3.7%. Last time it was 3.5%, so we're 2.2% higher than last time, and expectations are for 3.6%. So we did come in higher than expected and higher than last time for unemployment, which, again, is a good thing. This is kind of what we want in terms of stock price activity. We want lower employment because that's going to mean less money is out there, and that means lower prices and eventually, hopefully, at least. And so, again, we did have mixed results. We had higher payroll numbers, but lower employment numbers. And so, again, that's kind of countering each other out. We're pretty much completely neutral since this data release here. Now, I think this volume weighted average price is a really important level to watch. You can see the VWAP right here. Very important level to watch. We're keeping an eye on that. And we'll see what happens, guys. We'll see what happens. All good. But yeah, that's kind of the economic data, what it means. It's already out. You can see it at the bottom. Yeah, I mean, Nick, I'm pretty split down the middle, man. I'm pretty middle ground. I'm pretty neutral politically. I don't really like any of the political spectrum. I really don't want to argue about it. Maybe it's my fault for bringing it up. It's all good, but yeah. Again, y'all subscribe. Hey, thank you, H. We appreciate it. Again, SPY at 373s, dollar index at 112.40s. I think, John, what people think you're trading with your feelings without realizing what the government considers good for the economy isn't always what we feel is best for us. I mean, yeah, but for me, like I said, I don't care about any of that stuff, to be honest. No offense, but I'm not saying I agree or disagree with anything here. Like I'm not saying I want less people working. Honestly, I want more people working. I hope people do well. What I'm referencing is how the stock market is going to respond. Like I don't pick sides here. I don't care about any of this stuff. I'm very neutral with all of this. I'm just covering the nuance behind the stock market right now for somebody that trades it and watches it every day. That's the nuance. Right now, higher payroll is bad. It's going to evoke a negative response. Higher unemployment is good. It's going to evoke a positive response. So in that degree, we're neutral, and you can actually see we're pretty split down the middle in terms of price relative to where we were before this data drop. So again, I'm not picking sides here. I'm not saying I agree with the Fed or disagree with the Fed. I really have no idea, what we're going to get moving forward. Just in terms of general stock market activity, I want the market to go up. And in that degree, I'm just explaining what happens and why the market is moving up or down, if that makes sense. Yeah, I don't want people to copy me, Solomon, though. Good luck on it, brother. I hope you make money. Not liable if you lose, though. Be careful, bro. But I appreciate it. Oh, okay, got you, baller. Yeah, 100%. Okay, sorry, I misunderstood you, bro. You said, yeah, that was my point. You're not trading with your feelings, and people are acting like you are. Yeah, I mean, every time an earnings fails, like this is a diamond. Every time we get a negative earnings report, right, and every time we get an earnings drop, and then the company drops, I cover all the major earnings reports. Like I cover Apple, Amazon, Disney, Google, whatever. Every time an earnings fails, we got somebody like, see, bro, ha ha ha, John, you're so upset. The earnings fell. And I'm like, bro, I didn't buy this stock. I'm not holding this stock. I don't buy anything ahead of earnings. I think people really want to say, I told you so, but like for me, I'm like, hey, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not an investment professional. I might suck at trading. I might have no idea what I'm talking about. Definitely not taking any polarized like stances on anything really, unless it's like, penny stocks or something, hey. Yeah, exactly, Larry. It's a weird dynamic, bro. It's a weird nuance. Okay, nice, Scott. I think we'll have a green day today. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Since everything comes neutral and better than expectations, I believe we'll be a bit bullish rather than bearish this month. Maybe football. We'll see, brother. You guys don't think this would just plummet like after FOMC? What? I think we got the CPI next week, and that's going to be the biggest data drop of the month. Generally speaking, the FOMC and the CPI report are the two biggest data drops of the month. So we had FOMC day before yesterday, and then we got the CPI this week, which will be CPI next Thursday at 8:30, and that'll be interesting too. Is there any other surprise that could come? Hey, thank you, Pat Way. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we're going to get. Like I said, I really have no idea what we're going to get. In terms of actual data releases here, I can check for you guys. So we got Brazilian S&P Global Composite PMI, which anytime you hear PMI, it's just manufacturing expansion or contraction. Over 50 is expanding manufacturing sector. Under 50 is contraction manufacturing sector. So we got Global Services PMI for Brazil and Composite PMI for Brazil, but that's not really going to affect us that much. We got one of the FOMC members speaking at 10. Rosengren speaking at 10. We got the Baker Hughes oil rig count at 1 p.m. That might influence markets some, but to what degree, we're not sure. Aside from that, there's not really any other big releases until much later in the day. So nothing really right now that's going to influence markets like that. But yeah, so again, we're still at Google, and it looks like holding Google, at least some of it was a good move. We cut most of it. We had like a couple hundred shares. We only have 30 shares now. We already took profit. No, Jerome's not speaking today. Got to be neutral in the market to be consistently profitable trading, in my honest opinion. Anyone who subs and hangs out around would know that John doesn't trade with his feelings. Yeah, for sure. We have to just be real about. Again, you got to take your emotion out of it. You're always going to have some emotion, because it's impossible to trade completely emotionless. You're always going to nobody likes losing money. Everybody likes making money. And so you're always going to have an innate bias in terms of making yourself make money and, not wanting to lose money. But the only thing that really helps that is conditioning through repetition. You do this enough, eventually it dilutes the emotion, if that makes sense, right? So you do this over and over and over and over and over again, every day, over and over and over again. Eventually, the swings become less relevant. The swings become less emotional. and you can kind of tolerate it and then just hang out and then just watch it happen. And that's the goal. That's what helps traders be profitable, is just kind of conditioning through repetition, like Pavlov and the dogs. Just kind of do it over and over and over and over and over again until the right decisions, the right mentality becomes second nature, to where you don't have to think about it or stress about it enough. Dollar index starting to break down. SPY moving up. It's at 374.70s. And so again, I guess the market's interpreting this data as positive. The Bank of America, one of the Bank of America execs said that there's still more to come on rate hikes, and that if we keep the bank rate at 3%, inflation would be a little bit too high in 2 years. The risk to inflation to the upside. If we bullish until CPI, there'll be a drop into the, I don't know, maybe. Yeah, for sure, JD, 100%, man. Conditioning through repetition. And if y'all don't know the Pavlov reference, it's something I always teach my kids. I always teach my kids about Pavlov and the dog, classical conditioning. All the psych majors here know what I'm talking about. And I'm not a psych major, by the way. But Pavlov was, a psychologist. I believe this was in like the 1800s, if I remember correctly. It might have been early 1900s, but I think it was in the 1800s, where he did these experiments about conditioning. And so he would ring a bell and then give his dog food, right? He'd ring a bell, give his dog food, ring the bell, give his dog food. And he did this over and over and over again until eventually he took the food out of the equation completely, and he just rang the bell. And he studied what the dog's response to that would be after being conditioned to hear the bell and eat, hear the bell and eat, hear the bell and eat. Eventually, he took the food out of the equation, and he realized that even with no food there, whenever he rang that bell, his dog would salivate, would drool, essentially. And so he realized that you could condition things to have specific responses. It's called classical conditioning. Again, that's kind of what you got to do in trading. You got to condition yourself the same way Pavlov did, which is just do it over and over and over and over again. And that way, eventually, risk management will be an auto response. You'll automatically say, hey, this is too risky, I'm cutting it. Hey, this is too risky, I'm getting out. Hey, this is too risky, I'm not trading. And eventually that response will become naturally if you condition yourself with repetition enough. It's a really important part of trading that not a lot of people talk about, but it's incredibly important to understand. It's one of the reasons trading takes so long to get good at. It doesn't happen overnight. You buy some of these gurus' courses, they're going to be acting like you could just get rich quick overnight. Buy their course. That's not really the case, because frankly, it takes a long time to condition yourself. You could copy their strategies to a T and you're still going to lose, because you're not going to have that discipline that they've conditioned over time. SPY started to move up. Dollar index still breaking down here. There's more nuance to it than that. Was the job report good or bad for the market? Both. Market's kind of neutral. Dollar index is breaking down, though, which is good. Yeah, it's all good, Hayden. Hey, man, I appreciate the apology, man. You're talking about with Bobby, right? Yeah, man, it's all good, dude. Like I said, I appreciate the apology. I really do. I appreciate it. So it's all good, man. Like I said, I get a lot of people that I ban here, and if they apologize, it's all good. I'll let you back. It's all good. Depends on who it is. Depends on what you say. I don't know that, Mike. I don't know if I agree with that. I think if you're sizable losses, I think it's all relative to share size. Like if you're really emotional about a trade, you're probably trading too large. A lot of people want to trade larger than they really need to. But I appreciate the apology, Hayden. Thank you, man. But yeah, it's all good, bro. That was definitely too high. Yeah, it's all good, guys. Right, I tried copying styles at the beginning of my trading and lost almost my whole account. Yeah, I mean, listen, you can take lessons from other people. You know, like you don't have to copy them completely, but like trying to completely like trade the exact same strategy as others is usually a recipe for failure because people have different personalities. Like the people are just different. And so it's one of the reasons I disagree with a lot of trading courses is because you can teach somebody's strategies, but it doesn't mean anything. You know, like people are so different in trading that trying to carbon copy somebody else's strategy is usually not going to work because you're a different person than they are. You got different tendencies, patience levels, and everything else. Yeah, for sure. 100% JT. Where does your beautiful talking skill come from? Oh, man. Y'all are boosting my ego in here. It's amazing. You can talk like this all day. Hey, thank you, sir. We try over here. I mean, we're just, incredibly intelligent is all it is. Just incredibly intelligent and attractive is what we are, Humble, too. But no, I'm just joking. I appreciate it. It took me winning and losing 7 figures twice this year before I realized my position size and risk were 6 times what they should be. Yeah, a lot of new traders don't understand this. It's going to take, on average, at least 6 months to a year to be profitable, and day trading especially. And so you can either get your pride in the way and trade really, really large and lose a lot of money in that 6 months to a year, or you could be reasonable and scale down your size and buy 10 shares. And if you lose, and then once you're actually profitable, then you scale up your size. A lot of traders, they see their favorite guru making these huge swings and big results and having this crazy big gains that they're posting on Twitter, and they look up to them, and so they desperately want to emulate that behavior. But the problem is that they're new. You're gonna lose. You trade 1,000 shares. I'll put it this way: if you're buying 1,000 shares of anything, unless it's like 0.0005 cents or something like that, but if you're buying 1,000 shares of anything in the first 2 months of trading, you are trading far too large than you should be. Top 3 speakers in the world right now. Hey, third best talker for sure. What's up, Blythe? Hey, thank you. Do you expect next week's CPI will be better than expected? I don't know. I think that, okay, in terms of CPI, we don't know what we're going to get. This hat is too small for me. I got a big head. Top 3 in the world. But no, the problem here is, okay, this is the nuance I'm looking at the CPI reading for. Okay, the Fed has been aggressively raising rates for the last while. In that, they haven't seen the reduction in inflation that they wanted to. That's probably accurate, where the Fed has been aggressively raising rates, and that's kind of what they said during the FOMC meeting a few days ago that evoked that big negative response, is because they have been aggressive in raising rates, but they haven't seen the curb to inflation that they want to see. And so I think eventually it's going to catch up to them, though, and eventually they will see some reductions in inflation. Now, most of the time, the Fed uses the PCE as a gauge over CPI, but I think the easiest way to tell is just look around if you've seen prices fall in your area, And again, I saw the biggest drops in prices 2 months ago. Everything's kind of been neutral since then, in my opinion, from like prices that I can gauge. But again, this is pure, just kind of guessing here. And so in that, I don't know. I think eventually we're going to start seeing lower inflation. We're going to start seeing CPI dropping. But when we will, it's a different story. Nobody really knows. We can only hope that we're going to start to see those drops sooner than later. Yeah, how about those Astros, man? Honestly, Verlander had me super nervous, bro. So nervous, dude. Literally first batter up, we got Schwarber up. Verlander chokes in playoff games in World Series. We got Schwarber up. It's just, you could tell Verlander was trying to go with like those high fastballs, just like Christian was doing, right? So Verlander was trying to go with those high fastballs, and you could tell the Phillies, they prepped for that. They were ready for those high fastballs. And so Schwarber, that first or second pitch just hits a huge home run. And I'm screaming, cursing. My whole family is like, bro, are you okay? I'm like, no. Get Verlander the heck out of there, is what I was saying. I was yelling. My whole family can hear me. Get Verlander out of there, bro. Luckily, he tightened it up a little bit. But, man, I was nervous. Yeah. I did it backwards. I was very profitable my first 5 months, and in the second 5 months, I lost all my games. I'm always different. Yeah, Jay. I mean, it depends on what market you enter too. Dollar index just broke lows again here, guys. Dollar index down to 111.90s here. You can see the SPY moving up on that. And again, I'm still holding Google. It looks like it was the right move. I'm also in DraftKings, which I'm down some on, but we'll see. Yeah, all the analysts. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we're trying to get funded on Top Step right now. So here's my Top Step graph. And we're doing pretty good. Again, we trade a 30,000, 120K buying power account with TOS, you know, so we trade a large account on Thinkorswim. And we've been trading it for years now. And it kind of shows now that we actually have a platform that lets me actually look at my stats. You can see kind of this is my system. Like this is the system I use. It works really well. This is my profit graph pulled from it. And so again, we're trying to get funded on the 150K combine. Top Step is a sponsor of mine though, so I'm certainly biased in their favor. But if you want to check out Top Step, they are a funded account program for futures. And a lot of people, if you want to trade these big economic releases, you can trade the futures market and there's no PDT restrictions, right? And I think futures, if I could start over, I'd probably do futures before stocks. But if you look at this, it's the same price action. This is the same as this, but you can trade this left side with no PDT restrictions in futures. Top Step is the most legitimate funded account program in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. Again, I'm certainly biased in their favor though, because they're a sponsor of mine. They pay me. And so, but if you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel, here is the link for them. We'll put it in chat. You know, if I missed some of your comments, team, my apologies. We got, 800 plus people here, so. Yeah, I admire the Astros' resilience. Honestly, they need to win. Honestly, with so much hate they get right now, they need to win. Honestly, though, man, baseball's a game of corked bats, pine tars for pitchers. You know what I mean? Like, it's a game of finding an edge any way you can. All the other teams did it too, man. It's not like the Astros were the first team to steal signs. You know, like, people are just mad they lost that year. You know, especially the Dodgers. But I think people are hating on them unnecessarily. People are just mad. They know the Astros are the best team in baseball right now. They really are. It's obvious. Market's flying up, though, here, team. Market's flying up. Here's the dollar index. Dollar index is breaking down on this. And again, we want to see there's a negative correlation usually with this. High payroll was supposed to be bearish, but unemployment came in high too. That's exactly right, GG. So yeah, that's essentially the nuance of this, okay? So we had higher payroll numbers, which is going to be seen as negative, but unemployment came in lower. Or unemployment came in higher than expected, which is what we want right now with inflation being so out of control. Less people working is good. Lower payrolls is good, and less people working is good right now for the stock market. Again, I'm not saying I agree with it, but it's good for the stock market. And so in that way, we had mixed results. We had higher than expected unemployment, which is seen as positive right now. It's going to evoke a positive response, but we had higher than expected payroll numbers as well, which is going to be seen as a negative and evoke a negative response. And that's the balancing act we're currently in right now. Hey, what's up, Daniel? And apparently with the history of the Phillies winning the World Series and the economical consequences, we should all want the Astros to win, unless you're short. What's Bitcoin doing? Mara? I haven't looked at Mara or Riot blockchain in a long time. Man, Riot's all the way there. They're so pegged to the price of Bitcoin, though. I don't know what the point in investing in these companies is, just because they're going to follow crypto like so closely. Like, what's the purpose? So like, if they're going to follow crypto, like, why don't I just buy Bitcoin? I see you, JD. Have a good day, brother. Hey, that's right, Daniel. Yes, sir. All right, I'm going to go to the restroom, guys. I'll be right back. I brought Rosie with me back in here. We'll see. Hey, lay down. Hey, lay down. Good girl. Lay down. Good girl. All right. Yeah, I brought Rosie in here with me. Yeah, dollar falling big, SPY moving up big, Google moving up big. So, our little dip buys worked really nicely. In stocks alone today, you can see we're up. We are up 166 on our swing trades today. 166, so we'll take it. Yeah, but I mean, it's also yeah, I mean, like I said, they got a great offense, but the Phillies pitching is really the hard one. I mean, honestly, we got suspect pitching over the last few days too, man. Verlander did not look great. Honestly, McCullers better not be pitching tomorrow too. So McCullers better not be pitching tomorrow too. Verlander made up for his first World Series disaster of a 5-run game in 4 innings. So Verlander made up for it. But if we let McCullers pitch tomorrow, I'm going to be super upset. We need to throw freaking Fromber out there. Throw Fromber Valdez out there. He deserves it. The better, more clutch pitchers are Fromber and Javier. All right, guys. But yeah, big bull action today, man. Big bull action. Let's see if we continue. Fromber is pitching tomorrow. Good, man. He needs to, bro. He should be. Like, do not get McCullers out there. All right, guys. Let's talk about some penny stocks. As much as I kind of knock on penny stocks sometimes, let's talk about some right now, team. Let's look at what penny stocks we got moving today. Rosie, nope. Hey, baby, nope. Rosie, come lay down. Lay down, baby. Hey, hey, lay down. Good girl. Lay down. Hey, lay down, baby. Hey, lay down. Okay, well, I'm gonna kick you out of here if you don't lay down. All right. All right, come on. It's okay. Come on. Out of here. That's a good girl. Good girl. Yeah, I got too many cords floating around here to let Rosie. Dollar index break it down. SPY moving up here. We do have some penny stocks moving. ST&G is moving a little bit. We're going to take a look at some of these other movers today, though, in penny stock land. Let me find some. So we got ST&G. All right, so let's look at the movers list today. Benzinga, pre-market session, gainers. All right, so we got BCAB. BCAB gapping up a little bit here. This is gapping up after they posted third quarter results that were interpreted as positive. So BCAB is moving up a little bit. We got another penny stock, IXHL, gapping up a little bit. PKBO, UNCY, kind of a slow day for penny stocks, it seems. WETG is gapping up a little bit. I don't see the catalyst into why. Maybe you guys know, but that's kind of all I see right now for penny stocks. Just not a lot of stuff going on. XPEV, which is a pretty popular penny stock, it's gapping up to 8s right now. So they completed a million debt, 964 RMB million debit issuance of auto lease and carbon neutral asset-backed securities. So that's why they're moving up here. But that's the penny stocks today. Just not seeing too much of action right now. It's Friday, so even when penny stocks, Friday's historically a slow day here. But look at the dollar index breakdown. It's BTRADE Blythe. BTRADE is the chart prime code. SPY breaking highs again here, man. Look at the SPY go up. It's at 376.20s right now. So SPY looking good today, man. Dollar index broke down sizably here too. All right, thank you, Blythe. Hey, we appreciate you guys. Again, NILE stash. Let's take a look. It's at 1630s. It's just not really my style, man. It's too cheap. 16-cent penny stock, just not really my style, man. DoorDash moving up after good earnings yesterday. PayPal also starting to rebound a little bit. Again, the dollar index, mostly what we're getting right now is the market's moving up. I'm still in Google right now, and you can see we're still in 30 shares. I might take another 10 off just to lock in the profit at these highs, just in case we get some negative action at the opening bell. Again, so we're going to get ready to trade the futures market as well here, team. So we're getting ready to trade futures. Let's prep. We got the micro Emini up here. Put a position list up here as well. We'll put our trades up here. So again, we've had a little red streak here of losing 2 days in a row. But prior to that, we had 7 days green here. So we'll see if we can keep this up. Market opens up in 19 minutes. You should stream on Twitch as well. I'm not really much of a Twitch streamer. Again, there's just not that much volume on Twitch. For stock market specifically. We might have some, but all right, guys. So yeah, market's moving up a little bit. Look at the market start to break highs. Here's the S&P 500 futures contract here. So the market's starting to rip up. Again, we'll see if we get something good. We got time. Again, green or red so far this week, guys. Are you guys having a green week or red week so far here, team? Let me know. It's all good, man. All right, guys, markets tapping highs again here. The G7 foreign ministers continue to encourage oil-producing nations to increase productions. That's essentially what we got going on right now. Again, we did have unemployment data come out. I'm just glad Fromber's pitching tomorrow, man. I was going to get really nervous if he wasn't. Green week. Yeah, I think we're still green on the week. Let me see. We might not be, though. The last 2 days have been kind of rough. Okay, yeah. So here's the last 7 days. Where'd it go? Okay, here it is. So here's our last 7 days right now. So we are up 674 in the last 7. So we're still doing pretty solid. Again, we'll see if we can close it out strong. Nice, Ken. Yeah, we're pretty good on our swing trades right now, too. Again, we the latest one was Google. You guys saw me scaling out of Google today. We did bought it yesterday, so we made money on Google. That was our second profitable Google trade we've gotten into in the last 2 weeks. We made 2 green trades Google, 1 green trade Amazon, 1 green trade Snapchat, 1 green trade Disney. And then we also had a meta swing trade that we lost on. So we're 6 for 7. Doing pretty solid. I mean, I'll take that. That's certainly good enough. It's over 80% accuracy, so we'll take it. Not any big data, Mike. There's still some data getting released today, but it's not going to be anything super influential, in my opinion, today yet. Not yet. Market dipping down a little bit here. All right, guys, market's still kind of consolidating up here. Looking at some support levels. I think we have to look at that level right there. I mean, that's kind of the big upwick and downwick here. A lot of the time we base everything off of ranges here. So, you can see this little range right here that we're testing the top of right now. I don't think know if it's worth it to actually build a support or resistance level there. I think we can look at this level here as well, though. I think that's probably a pretty big support or resistance area. And then we also have the volume weighted average price, which I need to change the price on. Let me see. Or I need to change the color of this here. I'm going to make it purple. And then I'm going to save it because that's like my normal strategy. Let me save this. Save. How do I save my template here? Let me find it. Here we go. There we go. So that'll work. All right, but yeah, we're testing towards the highs here. The dollar index is still falling down big. It looks like my Google trade's still breaking highs, doing well here. So we still got a piece of that left. What about my DraftKings trade? Okay, so we're now actually technically green in DraftKings also. Can you really consider today's up move on such low volume before the market's open? Well, I think a lot of traders look for gap ups and gap downs. And so in that way, yeah, I think we got to look at it. I think right now the SPY is up significantly. I mean, it's not a small drop. I mean, regardless of volume levels, volume number one in pre-market's really not bad for pre-market activity, especially with this data release. Most of these move ups or down are from the data release, the unemployment rate coming in higher than expected, the payroll numbers coming in lower than expected. And so most of these releases are from that data getting pumped out. Now, with that said, though, we still have we still have the possibility that we just completely turn on this data release here. So we could still turn very quickly on this numbers in this release. So that's certainly a possibility. But we're gonna have to wait until after the opening bell. Again, what I'm really gonna do is I'm gonna wait and let things play out first before we really take any sizable positions, because I just don't know if it's the right move to take anything big right now. Can this be a fake pump? Well, I mean, it's not fake. There might be a reversal, but it's not fake. You know, I've heard the fake word used a lot lately. I don't think there's fake. I think it's we might reverse, but it doesn't mean the initial move wasn't real. You know, it just means that we reversed. All right, team, we got about 10 minutes. %63% of Americans support the idea of new stimulus checks to combat inflation. What do you guys think about that? Good or bad? BCAB? What do you think? Good or bad idea? Fake out, yeah. All right, guys. Again, about 10 minutes now. 10 minutes, team. Also, guys, remember, we are doing a Xbox/PS5 Twitter giveaway to one lucky Twitter follower here. And again, we've only got about 20 to 25 retweets already. It lasts this month. We're going to pick a random person in there, give them PS5, Xbox, or equivalent, you know. And so give me a follow on Twitter. You post on that post your favorite stock market meme. And yeah, check it out. There's the link in chat right there. Yeah, I mean, that's the big thing, though. More checks is just going to mean more money printing, which means more inflation is the problem. Like, that's what 64% of Americans don't understand, I guess, is that it's just going to make the situation worse long term. Well, it's not that. I think giving everybody, like, I think people who say that inherently don't understand the problem the current market is actually in. Okay. And, like, to really understand it, right now, more people with free spending is worse. That's why higher payroll numbers is interpreted as negative, and unemployment is interpreted as positive. It's because the more free spending that we have currently, the higher payrolls, you know, the more people with free spending, the higher inflation is going to get. And so that would exacerbate the problem here, which is that, you know, giving people checks is going to make people spend more, and that's going to make inflation worse. And so it doesn't make any sense to do so. To be honest, one of the reasons we have such bad inflation right now is because of the last few years, you know, where we did this, you know, and again, it's just not the right time for that. I'm not saying there's not a time for it, but it's certainly not right now. I think we need to get inflation down, not up. And I think doing that's going to make it go up. Again, we're mostly sideways in range here. We can draw the top of this range. No, I think free money is necessary. I'm okay with spending my tax dollars on people that need it. I really am. Like, I'm okay with that. Like, I'm for spending tax money. I believe college should be free. I think college should be free. I think we should have socialized college. I think college should be free. I don't think there's any way we should be paying as much as we are for college right now. I think that makes zero sense. I think the institutions and the educational institutions have been incredibly greedy over the last 30, 40, 50 years. And now we're paying ridiculous sums of money for school, where if our tax dollars are being spent, it should be spent on at least something that does better for the world, which is free education. Yeah, because me agreeing with having free education just means that, right? Come on now. Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting nuance. We got 5 minutes, guys. 5 minutes. Okay. All right. All good, Michael. I mean, like I said, I'm pretty mixed on everything here. Like I said, I don't think that we should discourage billionaires from growing businesses either, though. Like, a lot of people hate the rich. I don't think that's the case. I think they're probably, people say they don't pay as much taxes as us. They do. A lot of the time they're losing money in business and they're using that to not pay taxes, which is what businesses do. If businesses lose money, they can write it off. And so that doesn't mean they're not paying taxes. That means their businesses lost money, you know. But it's a lot more nuanced than that. Market started to pump up. We're at 3,800s here, 3,800s. Yeah, I mean, I certainly disagree. I think student loans are incredibly predatory as well. I think that giving kids essentially that much money and making it never forgivable, making it unforgivable loans is just a terrible thing for society. And I know a lot of people that got wrapped up in it are still paying it off at 35 plus, But again, the innate problem is that it's a mix, but yeah, I think student loans shouldn't be a thing, and by consequence, the prices of schooling would go down. But at the same time, though, with how much of our tax dollars is wasted on other things, I don't think having free college is a bad thing. The people that do well, I don't think it's a bad thing. I think if my tax dollars are going to get spent on anything, I'd be okay with it getting spent on education, I guess. All right, guys. So again, we're testing the high levels here. We're testing the high levels. My DraftKings trade is actually doing really, really well here. So, but again, I'm a capitalist at heart. Don't get it twisted. I'm a capitalist at heart here. SPY is starting to move up as well. My Google trade's doing pretty nice too. I'm gonna go ahead and take a little bit more off. I'm gonna take another 10 shares here and just sit on, a little bit less. Made a couple $100 on this trade. We'll take it. My Fubo or my DraftKings trade is actually really green as well. Market's pumping up. We got less than 3 minutes, guys. Less than 3 minutes. Do you think Colin's speech will have a big effect on markets? When is that speech here? Let me look it up. I see Rosengren speaking in 32 minutes. When does Colin speak? I don't see it scheduled. I'm not sure when that is. Job report was mixed. Yeah, maybe this is the wrong conversation to have. It's so divisive and polarized that, like, I understand both sides. I really do. I understand both arguments. I'd rather just not argue about it here, though, team. You know, it's all love here, regardless of how you believe or what you believe in this way. It's all love here, guys. Market opens up soon. Let's hopefully we can have a good week, green week. I did almost say Fubo. Fubo right now is 340s. It might be cheap for Fubo. It had a positive response to earnings. All right, guys, market's bumping up more and more here for Google. Again, we made a couple hundred on Google overnight. We'll take that. The E-mini is starting to rip up over that previous high level. We got the opening bell in about 30 seconds, guys. 30 seconds. Hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. Hit the notification bell. We appreciate you all. All right, guys, here's the opening bell, team. Good luck. All right, 2 seconds. All right, guys, so far, market is right around 3780s on the S&P 500, but we're seeing a positive response in both Google, the market itself after the opening bell. There is a rip up after the open. Again, we are moving up really, really nicely here. Google up to over 86s just now. I'm going to go ahead and cut the rest of this trade. So we just got flat on Google and there's this big rip at the opening bell. We're still in DraftKings. Made a couple hundred today, so that's nice. Still rip it up. We're going to let the actual futures market play out a little bit, the market itself play out a little bit before we see before we take any sizable trades here. We're also going to take at least 10 shares off of. We're actually up enough in DraftKings. We just took 10 off of DraftKings. We're up enough to where, you know, we can take profit and protect ourselves in that one too. We're actually pulling back, about to break lows here in the SPY. All right, so just broke down here, lows of market hours, that is. So we just broke lows of market hours. We're pretty high extended over the volume weighted average price. And so again, we're not going to take any big positions yet here. It's just, you know, too risky. We're going to let things stabilize first. Again, my DraftKings trade is looking really, really nice. We're going to take a little bit more off of this now. All right. Beautiful day for stocks. Not a bad little overnight hold for a lot of these. Here's the P&L right now. Again, we made 180 on Google. Up a little bit and everything else so far. So we'll see if this continues here. Market's actually falling down a little bit now, though. Again, we're going to let things stabilize first before we take any big positions here. But you can see the E-mini falling down some. Big drops in markets, guys. Again, big drops in markets. I want you guys to understand something here, and this is a nuance of markets that I've understood for a while now. When we open up really extended over the volume weighted average price, whoa, that's too big. Let me fix this. When we open up really extended over the volume weighted average price, there's the volume weighted average price right there. Okay, when we open up really extended away from that, generally speaking, at the opening bell, a lot of the time we're going to correct back down some, and then we might continue up and go, or we might actually break underneath it and like break down like this. So we could break underneath it, hold resistance or whatever. But generally speaking, when we open up this high over VWAP, we're pretty extended on the upside. We're going to be pretty extended on the upside here. And so we're going to correct a little bit after the opening bell a lot of the time, and vice versa. If we open up, say we opened up down here, a lot of the time we're going to move up and correct a little bit on the upside as well. And so it depends on how you look at it, but that's a nuance of the market that's pretty important to understand, which is that the extension from VWAP is important to understand. Like how extended we are relative to the VWAP is important to understand. DraftKings completely turning here, so luckily I took profit, almost all of it into that pop. And we'll see if the market can stabilize and rebound back up. But yeah, luckily we took most of it off of DraftKings. Yeah, what's up, Ren? What's up, Tiberius? Hey, nice, Ken. And consolidating, again, a little bit too extended here for me personally. We just got to have to sit back and wait a little bit, I think. Bouncing up a little bit now. We got some time. DraftKings starting to rebound again. SPY starting to rebound. And again, it's kind of like I said, where a lot of the time, here's the open right here. A lot of the time, we're going to correct back to VWAP, and then maybe we'll bounce back like that. That happens. Again, it could also look something like this, where we break down under VWAP, we reject it, and we continue down. You know, either one of those things could happen. We're letting things stabilize before we really trade in any significant way, just because we don't know what we're going to get here. No, other Ren. Renoir, you've been here. Ren from the future has been here a long time, so I'm just saying hey to anybody that is a regular here. What's up, Sandcat? Thank you, brother. Yeah, man. All right, we're still kind of breaking down here. Again, we got time. We got to just kind of take our foot off the gas, wait a little bit, let things form some type of trend first before we take any sizable stuff here. All right, so DraftKings break it down. I'll probably cut it break even now. We already took profit into that spike. And luckily we're green on the day, so we've got a nice little cushion. Hey, well, nice. Again, I don't really want people copying me, but if y'all made money, congrats. Getting some breakdowns here, though, in markets. DraftKings turning heavy. So again, it's one of the reasons I got flat mostly into that spike to 14s. We're still green in it though, but we're getting closer to break even now. To raise my desk up a little bit here, team. All right. Let the blood start flowing a little bit. Yeah, I cut my DraftKings pretty fast too. I mean, I'm still in 10 shares of it, but it's small. All right, guys. So again, we're right at volume weighted average price. You see, we're right at that level we talked about, right here. And again, we don't really have any. Like here's the VWAP right there. So we're right at that level. SPY bouncing a little bit off of 375. Kind of the make or break it level for markets right now. Nice timing. All right, guys. Again, we're consolidating right at the volume weighted average price. I really have to just kind of sit here and wait. Good news from this morning data. Yeah, the market reacted positively. I don't know if I'd call it good news. It was kind of mixed results, but the market reacted positively to it. Again, we're consolidating around volume weighted average price right now. Market's starting to break down under VWAP now. We might start to short potentially if we start to get some good action here. Big rejection in markets under the volume weighted average price here. So I'm going to go to cut my VWAP, or not my VWAP, my DraftKings trade. We're out flat. Ford is doing really well. We'll probably cut this one too and just kind of get flat on this since we're green so much already. Another green Ford trade. But yeah, we'll short into this pop now. All right, so we're shorting into this negative trend here. We broke down. We're in 3 contracts now. We broke underneath the volume weighted average price, and now we're bouncing back a little bit. Ideally, we want to see a flush rejection at the VWAP here. Looks like it's bouncing back there. We're trying to be patient here, but it's not looking great. Let's see if we reject. We got a nice little risk level that we could use. Ideally, we'd like to see just a breakdown here. There we go. Took a little bit off here, protect our trade so it doesn't look too rough because we got a complete retracement of that candlestick. Take 2 contracts now, add a little bit to the trade. See if we can break down into 374s here and continue the weak trend. But it is kind of neutral. $374 on the SPY is what we want to see us break under. Basically like this little low right here. All right, there we go. All right, so we just made like $30, $40 on this trade. So we'll take that. Got the breakdown short that we wanted. So green as our first trade on the day is, got here. You can see our P&L. If we look at today's. What? Why does it say I'm down? This can't be actual today's, right? Okay, no, this is yesterday. Let me exit out of this and refresh it. Man, I was about to panic for a second. That was yesterday's. Okay. Yeah, there we go. That's better. That is my actual P&L today. We are up 40. Okay, good. I was about to say, man, if we're down like that already, bro, something's wrong. Luckily, it was not. That was yesterday's trades. So good. All right, so we're up about 40 on the day. Getting a firm breakdown in markets, big breakdown in everything else. Again, we'll see if we get a bounce that we can short into up to 374. Weak looking market, but again, we're a little bit too extended down here for us to short into this. We need like a bounce to 374 on the Spire, bounce up to this level right here on the Emini. Ah, man. So we didn't quite get it. Again, we need a rebound before we take another trade here. Fix my monitors. I think I got too many candles building up over here. There we go. All right. Again, we're getting a pretty big breakdown here and everything. We kind of need things to stabilize first. Again, we're bouncing back up some, but it's not a big enough bounce back for me to really want to jump in it yet. I'll take one contract here and then add to it if we bounce up like here. There's two. We'll get into like 3 to 4 contracts here, kind of swing into the cushion we have. All right, so we're in 3 contracts. Like I said, we'll get into 3 to 4. Ideally looking for a flush rejection here. We don't want to see a huge rip up though. We'll take one more here. All right, so that'll be our max size. We're not going to take any more larger than this. Ideally looking for rejection here. We can be a little bit more loose with it as well since we have a cushion on the day. Again, pretty close to exiting here. We're not doing terrible. I mean, we're down like 60 on the day after this trade. But I do want to give it time, especially after that rejection, to work. There we go. That's a little bit better. We want to flush down. We're close to break even now. We got the flush we wanted. We still got time now. We need to see it break. There we go. All right, so this looks good. Again, we'll see if we break down more is what we want. We got initially a correction here. There we go. All right, slightly green now. New candle opening up pretty soon. I think the new candle will be good unless we bounce back. I don't think it'll help it test that 373 level. Here's the new candle right here. Let's get the flush that we want from this new candle here. We need the break though. Right around break even here on this trade. Slightly green now, but we need a bigger breakdown here. Trying to break it down there. Terrible fill on the last little bit, but limit some of our risk. I want to see if we break lows. Got to break even on the trade now. We're up a little bit here, as you can see, with 2 contracts, but I want to give it time. A little bit too much risk reward for my taste. So I'm trying to really let the reward play out first. But I want to give it time to break down is kind of what we're looking for, and it's not really giving us that yet. Better than losing, but add another contract. 3 contracts now. Try to be as patient as I can. I'd really like the breakdown, but it's just consolidating for a long time down here. All right, so we just made most of the money there. We got 1 contract left. There we go. We're finally catching it. There's the breakdown. So at least we caught some of it. All right, so just made about $60, $70 from that trade. So not bad. Here, let me mute my Discord. But yeah, not bad. We'll take the green. Again, in P&L right now, we are up about $90, a little bit under 100 on the day. Two contracts here again. See if we get some more break weakness. I just made 13, 14 bucks there. So we're over 100 in profit on the day. Big breakdown. All right, guys. So again, we got a little bit of a bounce up here. Not enough for me to really want to short into this move. We're up a little bit over 100 on the day so far. We got a nice little cushion, but it's not enough for me to really like shorting into this yet. We got to be a little bit more patient, I think, right now. Bouncing back up some. I'm going to lower my desk. I don't know why we're dropping today. I really don't know. I mean, again, just correcting a little bit, I guess. Again, I've been mostly shorting it. Here's the P&L. We're up 100 and something. I bounce it back a little bit. I'd like to see if I can I'm kind of waiting to see if I can catch a stronger bounce right here, but we got to just wait for it, really. Big bounce back up. This might be something I can short into. Let's take 2 contracts starting off here. See if we can make a little bit from this. Got a bit of a bounce back, but again, I got to be patient here. I don't mind shorting into this move. We'll take 2 or 3 contracts now. But I got to cut it if it starts to move up very much more. If we don't reject here, I got to cut this and just kind of move on and then maybe start another trade afterwards. Yeah, we're going to cut it. We're going to get out. A little $37 loss. We'll see if we can get anything better. First loss of the day since we started. We continue to bounce back more. We might add some more to it too. It just depends. All right, we'll start to... Oh my gosh, dude. I just added 6 contracts. Certainly didn't mean to add 6 contracts here. I guess we'll swing it since we got a cushion on the day. I like the rejection spot, but... Sheesh, man. Didn't really want 6 contracts. It's got to editing something. Not paying attention. See if we get a breakdown. All right, we just took a little bit of profit off there. We got 3 contracts left. That's a little bit more of my territory here. About break even on the trade now. 3 contracts left. Again, I'll still give it time, though. I think it could reject here. We'll let 374 be a risk, but we're kind of break even on this. We got this level here, which is kind of if we're gonna have to cut that. So yeah, we just lost 60, so we're pretty close to break even on the day now. We'll give it time. Going all the way back to VWAP's not really a great sign here. There's the reset button on that. Yeah, we're testing VWAP here though, so we'll see if we get something good. We are going to be doing a crypto show today, guys, so y'all be ready for that. Market's sideways, so didn't really get anything that we wanted from that. We get a rejection here, we might play this. What are we at right now for P&L? Oh, we're still a little bit green, barely, kind of break even. Again, what you see me do here, though, guys, is you'll see me build up a cushion, take larger size once we have that cushion. And we're going to start to scale back down into smaller size now. But market's starting to rebound some. So short, bro, short. Yeah, I'll probably short if we reject that VWAP. If we don't reject that VWAP, I won't. Yeah. Right now we're neutral on the day, so there's nothing really to make money on. What we're looking for right now is a rejection at VWAP. All right, so market's rebounding again. We don't really have an edge to find here. All right, guys. So again, we're starting to rebound all the way back up, basically purely sideways. Looks like me getting out was the right move. Puma CEO Golden is going to become the new Adidas CEO as well. So the Puma CEO is going to be the Adidas CEO moving forward. The Fed's Collins says it's time for the Fed to shift focus from the size of rate hikes to the ultimate destination. And so there's Collins speaking right now. So the Fed Collins is speaking. Market started to rebound back up. We don't really have much to do here. Yeah, I'm not shorting the SPY right now. The only way I would have shorted the SPY here, we're trending more upward now. We're over volume weighted average price, so I never short when we're over VWAP here. The only way I would have shorted the SPY is if we did something like this where we rejected here, and I would short this little pop right there and then write it down. If we break over VWAP, you know, and do like this, I'm not going to short that. That's just too risky. All right, guys. So again, we're pulling back a little bit. We could bet that the market's going to bounce here. Again, I got to let things play out, though. We don't really have any directional move yet. So again, we got the SPY dipping down, but again, we're mostly neutral right now. There's just not really any edge here for me to really take advantage of. Again, we had a big bear action. We built up a cushion, and then we swung into that cushion and lost. So now we're break even on the day. And we're just kind of sitting back here. We're slightly over VWAP, but we're so neutral, it's just not the time to trade. If you got more patience, eventually we'll pick a side. But for now, we're just kind of... So we're pulling back some now. Now, the only way I will trade, like if we reject all the way under the volume weighted average price, like if we reject completely under the VWAP here, then I might short. But until then, we really don't have any direction to take. Yeah, so Boston Fed President Susan Collins speaking right now. JP Morgan CFO says that consumer discretionary spending is still robust and seeing credit normalization, but not deterioration. Fed is entering a new phase for the monetary tightening policy focus. Inflation is still too high in the Fed. And this is all from Fed Collins. And they say, quote, Fed Collins says, quote, Fed is entering a new phase for monetary tightening policy focus. Inflation is still too high and the Fed must restore price stability. Signs inflation surge is starting to moderate. Smaller rate hikes may be likely to become more appropriate in the future. They're open to 75 basis point hikes if needed. Policy is now in the restrictive territory, recognizes risks of hiking rates too far. Premature to say how the Fed will need to hike rates, does not believe a big slowdown is needed to achieve price stability. The Fed will need to balance risk to outlook more as it moves forward. Optimistic for future path of the economy, end quote. And that is from the Fed Collins. So again, that sounds optimistic, but we'll have to wait and see. All right, so bouncing here at VWAP. So this is confirming an upward trend, but again, we're still very, very sideways. So we're just going to sit back waiting here. Not really going super heavy into anything right now. Market's trying to bounce a little bit. Still have time. So again, since we didn't reject under VWAP here, I kind of just got to sit back. We don't really have an edge. We're kind of straddling the neutral level here. The volume weighted average price is, by all intents and purposes, seen as a neutral level. Here's that level there. So us kind of straddling this just means we're staying pretty neutral on the day. There's not really much, directional trades to do here. So y'all just be safe. Every day's not meant to trade, and it might be one of those days. Again, if we rip under VWAP, we'll consider shorting. And again, if you want to check out Top Step is a funded account program for futures. The easiest way to get around the PDT rule. You can day trade in futures with no PDT restrictions. Top Step is the most legitimate funded account firm in the world. They pay out millions and millions of dollars every year to their funded traders. They fund thousands of traders a year in 100 plus countries. If you want to check them out, great way to help support the channel. Again, they are a funded account challenge. I'm in the 50K one, or the 150K one. You can see my profit graph so far since we've been here, and we're doing pretty well. My job is to try to get funded in 150K funded account. Again, once you're funded, there's a 90% split. Base one's only 130 something if you use my link. They're regulated by the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year, and we're working away on getting funded. If you want to check them out, here is the link. Again, great way to help support the channel, guys. Check out the link there. Hayden, so Top Step is a funded account program for futures. And so they give you a demo. If you can hit their target on the demo while following their rules and pass both phases, and they fund you the same amount. The base one's 50K. And so if you pass their testing, they fund you 50K with a 90% split. So if you take that 50K and you make 10K. You get to keep 9,000. They get to keep 1,000 since they're funding you that money. And again, like I said, they're the most legitimate one in the world. They pay out millions, fund thousands of traders a year. I think it's a good option for traders too, because I think like it gets you around the PDT rule. The futures market does. There's no PDT in futures, and you can essentially trade the S&P 500 in futures. And again, the big thing to understand is that it's a lot cheaper to go this route. People hate on these, but like it's a lot cheaper to go this way. Okay. You could spend 130 something a month, have some pressure on you to succeed, and it's going to make you a better trader. Like for me personally, it made me a better trader. They're a sponsor of mine, so I'm certainly biased, but like having rules to follow, specific rules to follow while under pressure, and being able to analyze your stats in real time and see how well you're doing. Like I said, this is my profit graph last month. Really nice profit graph last month. And so being able to see this live, pulled directly from the platform, having rules to follow, having kind of a middle ground between paper trading and a live account, and being able to just try this out. And if you lose, it's not the end of the world. I think the most beautiful part about these things is that I think a lot of traders are going to try this out. They're going to lose money, and then they're going to give up. And I think that is so much better than putting up $10,000, $15,000 yourself, risking thousands of dollars, losing thousands of dollars, and just getting disheartened. I think it's a lot cheaper to lose 130 bucks. Try it out. Have some pressure to succeed, Barkin speaking now. I do. I use the volume. Most of the time, I actually watch the SPY as opposed to the Emini because it moves the same and it's a little bit cleaner of a chart. Hey, see you, Tiny. Have a good day. Again, very choppy, neutral market right now. Again, market's starting to go up. Again, kind of holding at VWAP, going green on the day here. Bitcoin still sitting up to Bitcoin almost up to $21,000 here for Bitcoin. Wow. Bitcoin almost up to 21K. SPY rebounding back up too. Market's looking kind of strong here. It's just preference, Britain. Do you think another 75 basis point hike is being priced in right now? I don't know. No idea. I mean, to a certain extent, sure. But, to what degree is it getting priced in? I'm not sure. All right, guys, Bitcoin almost up to 21K, guys. Bitcoin almost up to 21K. Big rebounds in markets. Look at Bitcoin about to tap 21,000, guys. Wow. Hey, thank you, Jay. Hey, good luck, Face. Yeah, market's flying back up here today, guys. And again, we'll see what we get. Should be interesting, Market doing well here. So again, we'll see if we get some upward action, guys. We'll see. Hopefully we do. Market's doing better. Bitcoin's flying back up some. Also, guys, be sure to check out Chart Prime. If you haven't checked out Chart Prime really, really useful in identifying momentum here. It is a trading view indicator service, so you can trade it on stocks, crypto, futures. It is a sponsor of my video, and so this is a sponsored post. But if you look at like the E-mini here, for instance, I love using this to identify momentum, and it can just be really, really powerful. So if you look at this here, you can see how accurate it is. Let's scroll this up so you can kind of see what we actually get from this here. All right. So again, bullish engulfing candle. We get a drop. possible reversal down, we get a drop. This one was probably wrong a little bit, as was this one, but look how right this one is. What I like looking at using them for is when there's two combined together within a short period of time, nice little follow through drop afterwards. A possible reversal down, we get a drop. Possible reversal up, we get a bounce. And you can kind of keep scrolling back and looking at all these. It's actually surprisingly accurate. Not only does it document support or resistance for you, you can see it auto documents support or resistance for you, but it has this blue area as a predictive algorithm that automatically predicts things. And you can use it in futures. You can use it in like Tesla, for instance. Here's Tesla right here. So you can use it in Tesla as well. One of my favorite ways to use it, though, outside of the predictive algorithm, which you can see here, if you group them together, again, two bullish engulfing candles, nice little follow through bounce. Two signals, one possible reversal up predictive and one bullish engulfing, nice little bounce here. And again, you can use this in your trading. It's called Chart Prime. You can use promo code BTRADE and get 20% off. They are a sponsor of my video. If you want to check them out, I'll post the link in chat. Great way to help support the channel. Aside from that, though, guys, you can see the market is starting to rebound really, really solid here. You know, market's starting to rebound really, really solid. And again, let me know if you guys think we'll get continuations and all this stuff. But market's starting to fly back here. If you look at Google or the SPY right now, you know, we had a pretty big red open, and then we kind of essentially just rebounded all the way back up here. And so again, it'll be fun to see what happens, guys. We are going to be doing a crypto stream today. And so we are going to be doing a crypto stream. And so, you know, you won't have to go anywhere. As soon as we close this stream down, we're going to immediately pivot to our crypto stream. Let me make sure we got this in the works. Yeah, so we're immediately going to go to our crypto stream. And so stick around, guys. Hit that subscribe button if you haven't already. And yeah, we'll see if it continues to go up. But yes, so again, Bitcoin rising right now, guys. Let's look at Bitcoin here. It might be time for Bitcoin to break highs. Look at Bitcoin flying up, guys, at 21K right now. Bitcoin just broke 21K. So again, I'm going to go ahead and close this down, and we're going to pivot to our crypto stream. We'll see you guys over there. We're going to be talking about Bitcoin breaking highs and a lot of other stuff here, guys, a lot of other stuff. So I'll see you guys over there. Love you all. If it doesn't reroute you guys, you can go to youtube.com/beginnercrypto. Here is the link. When I go over there, subscribe to the crypto channel. Help us grow. Help us hit 2,000 subscribers. There's the link. Again, we will be switching over to our crypto stream. Great day for it, too, because Bitcoin is breaking highs. And so we'll see you guys over there. And, yeah, we'll see you guys.